If today you hear my voice, harden not your heart. Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we come before you. I want to lift up our Madam Speaker, our Prime Minister and Ministers of Government, the Leader of the Opposition and members of the Opposition, that you may guide and counsel for the best interest of our country. This we ask in your name. Amen. Presentation of report from committee.
Good morning, everyone. I recognize the Honorable Chairman of Finance and Economic Development Committee.
I present the report of the Finance and Economic Development Committee on the Land Tax Amendment Bill 2020, HR 285/1/12.
Honorable members, that report is ordered to lie on the table. I recognize the Honorable Chairman of the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee.
Number HR 285A/1/12, report from the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee on the Cybercrime Bill 2020.
Honorable members, that report is ordered to lie on the table. I recognize the Honorable Chairman of the Natural Resources and Environmental Committee. Kindly speak into the microphone, ma'am, please. That's it. Just bring it closer to you.
Madam Speaker, I rise to present sessional paper number HR 286/1/12, report from the Natural Resources and Environment Committee on the Radiation Safety and Security Bill 2020.
Honorable members, that report is ordered to lie on the table. I recognize the Honorable Chairman of the National Security and Immigration Committee. I'm not sure that your mic is working. Please check because it's important for the record.
Madam Speaker, I rise to present sessional papers number HR 287/1/12, report from the National Security and Immigration Committee on Immigration Amendment number 2 Bill 2020, and number HR 288/1/12, report from the National Security and Immigration Committee on the Caribbean Community Free Movement of Skilled Persons Amendment Bill 2020.
Honorable members, those reports are ordered to lie on the table.
Statement by Minister.
I recognize the Right Honorable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, Labor, Local Government, Rural Development, Energy, Public Utilities, Public Service, and Elections and Boundaries.
Madam Speaker, I rise to declare that in the context of September being informally our National Heroes and Patriots Recognition Month, and after consultation with various groups, the government wants to propose, and so informs the House and the nation, that the Southern Highway be renamed the Thomas Vincent Ramos Highway. Thank you, Madam.
Introduction of bills.
I recognize the Right Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, I rise to introduce a bill for an act to amend the Defense Act, Chapter 135 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to update the provisions and to bring them into conformity with the Belize Constitution and other laws, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. This bill has the recommendation of the Cabinet.
Honorable members, that bill is referred to the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
A bill for an act to amend the Defense Act, Chapter 135 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to update the provisions of bringing them in conformity with Belize Constitution and other laws, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Right Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order number 49-1, I move that the bill be taken through all its stages forthwith.
Honorable members, the question is that the next stages of the bill be taken forthwith. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. The ayes have it. I recognize the Right Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, I rise to introduce a bill for an act to amend the Representation of the People Act, Chapter 9 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to extend the time for the restriction of the sale of intoxicating liquor on Election Day, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. This bill has the recommendation of the Cabinet.
Honorable members, that bill is referred to the Public Service, Labor, Industry, and Trade Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
Bill for an act to amend the Representation of the People Act, Chapter 9 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to extend the time for the restriction of the sale of intoxicating liquor on Election Day, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Right Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order number 49-1, I move that the bill be taken through all its stages forthwith.
Honorable members, the question is that the next stages of the bill be taken forthwith. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. The ayes have it. I recognize the Honorable Minister of Fisheries, Forestry, the Environment and Sustainable Development.
Madam Speaker, I rise to introduce a bill for an act to give effect to the provisions of the Convention on the International Trade of Endangered Species of Wild Fauna and Flora, to promote the management, conservation, and protection of threatened and endangered species, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. This bill has the recommendation of Cabinet.
Honorable members, that bill is referred to the Natural Resources and Environment Committee for examination, considerations, and report.
Bill for an act to give effect to the provisions of the Site in International Trade and Endangered Species of Wild Fauna and Flora, to promote the management, conservation, and protection of threatened and endangered species, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Motion relating to the business or sitting of the House.
I recognize the Right Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, I move that it is rising today, the House be fixed to a date, first adjourned to a date to be fixed by the Speaker.
Honorable members, the question is that the House at its rising today adjourn to a date to be fixed by the Speaker. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no.
Announcement by the Speaker.
Honorable members, it has been agreed that the following bills pass this day. the Defense Amendment Bill 2020, and the Representation of the People Amendment Bill 2020. As you're aware, under Standing Order number 74, all proposed legislation, messages, petitions, motions, and other matters relating to the subject mentioned under the title of each standing committee shall be referred by the House to such committee for examination, consideration, and report to the House. In order for this to be done, other than by suspension of the standing orders, I will suspend the sitting to enable the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee and the Public Service, Labor, Industry, and Trade Committee to examine, consider, and report to the House on the bill. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. The ayes have it. The sitting is therefore suspended until the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee and the Public Service, Labor, Industry, and Trade Committees have concluded their business.
Madam Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 12.8, I move that the proceedings on the order paper may be entered upon and proceeded with at this day's sitting at any hour, though opposed.
Honorable members, the question is that the proceedings on the order paper may be entered upon and proceeded with at this day's sitting at any hour, though opposed. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. The ayes have it.
Presentation of reports from committee.
I recognize the chairman of the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee.
National paper number HR 289/1/12, the report from the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee on the Defense Amendment Bill 2020.
Honorable members, that report is ordered to lie on the table. I recognize the chairman of the Public Service, Labor, Industry and Trade Committee.
To lie on the table, sessional paper HR 290/1/12 on the Representation of the People Amendment Bill 2020.
Honorable members, that report is ordered to lie on the table.
Public business, government business, bills for second reading.
I recognize the Right Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, I move the second reading of a bill for an act to amend the Immigration Act, Chapter 156 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, in relation to the movement of nationals of Caribbean community states, to provide for the expansion of the definition of dependent to include spouses and dependents of the national, the inclusion of new definitions, the clarification of the periods of automatic and indefinite stay for nationals of Caribbean community states, the inclusion of Haiti in the list of qualifying Caribbean community states, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Immigration Act, Chapter 156 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, in relation to the movement of nationals of the Caribbean community states, to provide for the expansion of the definition of dependent to include spouses and dependents of the inclusion of new definitions, clarification of periods of automatic and indefinite stays for nationals of Caribbean community states, the inclusion of Haiti to the list of qualifying Caribbean community states, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. The ayes have it.
Bill for an Act to amend the Immigration Act, Chapter 156 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, in relation to the movement of nationals of Caribbean community states, to provide for the expansion of the definition of dependent to include spouses and dependent of the national, the inclusion of new definitions, the clarification of the period of automatic and indefinite stay for nationals of Caribbean community state, the inclusion of Haiti to the list of qualifying Caribbean community states, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
Right, Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, I move the second reading of a bill for an act to amend the Caribbean Community Free Movement of Skilled Persons Act, Chapter 1702 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to make provision in the interest of administrative and operational efficiency for inclusion of new definitions and the expansion of existing definitions, for the inclusion of new categories of approved persons, among other things, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Caribbean Community Free Movement of Skilled Persons Act, Chapter 17(2) of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to make provision in the interest of administrative and operational efficiency for inclusion of new definitions and the expansion of existing definitions, for the inclusion of new categories of approved persons, among other things, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. The ayes have it.
The bill for an act to amend the Caribbean Community Free Movement of Skilled Persons Act, Chapter 1702 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to make provision in the interest of administrative and operational efficiency for inclusion of new definitions and the expansion of existing definitions, for the inclusion of new categories of approved person, among other things, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
Right Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
This is the cybercrime bill,
Yes,
is it,
it
Madam
is.
Speaker? Thank you. I move the second reading of a bill for an act to combat cybercrime by creating offenses of cybercrime, provide for penalties, investigation, and prosecution of the offenses of cybercrime, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Madam Speaker, I gather that when this went before
We're
the
not
House...
hearing you too well, and I'm not
sorry.
sure if it's only myself.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is that better? Yes.
Yeah.
I'm just saying I gather that when this went before the House Committee, there was an extremely fruitful engagement with members of the public, and that in consequence, the committee in fact approved a number of changes. I was being told of the particular changes. I'll have more of a chance in the break to look at it, but clearly these will then be included during committee of the whole.
Speaker, I rise in support of the cybercrime bill. As we discussed in the House Committee meeting on Wednesday, we think this is long overdue. It should have been done maybe 15 years ago. But the Africans say the best time to plant a tree is 20 years ago. The next best time is now. And so we on this side welcome this bill. And we acknowledge all the people all over the country, in high and low places, the Special Envoy and her team, other people, single mothers and others all over the country who lobbied to bring this bill to fruition. Also all the people who have been cyberbullied in the past, who have been ridiculed, embarrassed, caused emotional distress. Some have had to leave this country because it's too small, because people's eyes had started to become or feel like bullets in the back everywhere they went. We salute them wherever they are. Madam Speaker, this bill is comprehensive, game-changing. The rules as we know it will never be the same. I think it's important for us to spell out some to the public what's inside this bill. No longer will anyone be allowed to take pics of someone's private parts without their permission and publish that all over social media to harass, ridicule, embarrass, or intimidate or blackmail a person. No longer will anyone be allowed to threaten, to publish personal or private information, to extort or cause ridicule or shame to another person. No longer will anyone be allowed to disseminate information they know to be false with the intent to embarrass or harm someone's reputation. No longer will anyone be allowed to lure children into child pornography or to engage in a sexual conversation with a child. No longer will anyone be allowed to arrange a meeting with a child for the purpose of abusing or engaging in sexual activity with the child, even if you take no steps to actually effect this meeting. This legislation is strong and it's far-reaching. If you commit any of these offenses, you will go to jail, and you will go to jail for long. And you will have to pay hefty fines. The bill outlaws everything from illegal access to a computer without the owner's permission, illegal use of the computer data without the owner's permission, to computer-related forgeries and identity-related fraud and theft. And if someone aids or abets or advises or encourages someone to violate any provisions of this bill, that person will be treated as if they are the principal offender. Rules, the world rules as we know it in social media, will be no more. And under normal circumstances, Madam Speaker, this bill would have been circulated far and wide so that people could have known exactly what's in there. But we understand the limitations, the time constraints of this particular parliamentary session. And we acknowledge too that there's been wide consultation in terms of coming up with the bill. But I don't think that even the stakeholders and the general public will know all the granular details of the bill. And so as we discussed on Wednesday, and I want to ensure today, and I think it's a Special Envoy who first suggested this, that there has to be a massive public relations campaign, a massive public information campaign. I dare say even before we go to the Senate next week, because people need to know what's the New World Order, what is the culture we are attempting to introduce here. And I just thought that I'd put that on record, because I don't know that very many people out there understand exactly what this bill is all about. We had a concern with international cooperation. There's a particular section in here in Part 4 of the bill, Section 40, that seems to suggest that foreign government or any person for that matter could quote without the authorization of the government of Belize or any person access open source stored computer data, regardless of where the data is located, if the computer data is not subjected to security measures, end of quote. By that I suspect it means that a foreign government or any other person can access your computer data if you are using the free internet in the park or somewhere else that doesn't require a password or have some additional security measures. That Section 40 also says that any foreign government or any person can, without the authorization of the government of Belize or any person, quote, access or receive stored computer data located in Belize if the foreign government or person obtains the consent of the person who has the authority to disclose the data through that computer system. I'm not sure who has the authority to disclose that kind of data, but that's the kind of clarification I think we wanted to get. We haven't gotten, but I hope that we sort out, because my question Wednesday was and is today still, we'll deal with it in committee of the whole. Okay, I've been assured by the clerk, so I will leave it at that. But thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I just thought that we'd disseminate for people out there what the content of this bill is and why it is that we supported it.
Honourable Member, you have the floor. Yeah. I apologize for the microphones. Just make sure, because we really need you on record.
Okay. Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to align myself with the notes from the Deputy, which pretty much mirrors some of mine, but I just want to highlight again the issue with the Part 4 with the cooperation of
I'm not hearing you very well.
The cooperation on foreign governments. That did leave me a little bit confused, and we were assured we will be informed of that. And well, since you just mentioned we'll be told about it in the committee as a whole, well then I'll be asking my questions. But the part about this bill that I really feel passionate about, my wife is a teacher, and the issue of child luring. And many times when she comes home, every now and again she speaks of some child at the school who have had unknown people approaching them via messenger or WhatsApp and all this stuff. So it is something that I can support. And I really want to thank the Special Envoy for the effort she took, as well as the member for Lakei commented as well. I don't think we could get enough of public information, getting the public sensitized to what this bill will cover and what it doesn't cover. So I can support this bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Yes, Honourable Member from Sanctic West.
And I support it likewise. But I know within the police department, they have a special desk that look at people's Facebook posts, and I hope that when they do their scrutiny, that when they go to a particular person that is within the scope of the law. I just got a call this morning. I don't know who sanctioned to check on the chair lady of Hope Creek, who put a post on Facebook, I think yesterday or the day before, complain about certain things while I was disrespecting her as a chairperson. And after midnight last night, the police went to her home and telling her we got instruction to come and check on you and you to go with us to a particular location to show us exactly what you are talking about. I think that is very, very disrespectful. That person has been elected to serve the community of Hope Creek, and while she put it on Facebook, she was saying that if the Ministry of Works want to come and do some work in my community, then I think the honorable thing for them to do is to respect me as a chairperson. I will not object, but tell me that I'm coming to do some work in your community, and that should be absolutely no problem. If we give people the respect they deserve, then that respect will be returned. So I'm hopeful that nobody abuse the system and take advantage of the people who cannot defend themselves. So with that said, Madam Speaker, I support this bill.
We're giving to, go ahead, Honorable, he yielded the floor to you.
My intervention will be very brief, actually. Like the Minister from Lake Eye and Corozal and Sand Creek West, I also support the bill. Privately, I have one request, though, that we find a mechanism to educate the public continuously about the contents of these very important pieces of legislation, as well as other matters of national importance. That has been one of my greatest desires over the last 12, 13 years in government, that we have something like a national public radio, national public TV, I call it BC-SPAN, where on a continuous basis we educate the Belizean public as to what we are doing on matters of public importance. Democracy is predicated, Madam Speaker, on the fact that people are aware of what their rights are and what their entitlements are and what their obligations are. But people have got to be taught their rights, entitlements, and obligations, and I think that it is absolutely essential and timely that we have a mechanism whereby we do it on an ongoing basis. And I think that this might be a very good start if, in fact, we could look very seriously into putting into operation National Public Radio, because the private institutions are not interested in disseminating this kind of thing because they don't get revenue from it. But it is absolutely important for the safety and security of the nation. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Minister of Education.
Thank you, Madam. Let me thank my colleagues as well for giving their support to the bill, and in particular the two opposition members who sat on the committee to hear the testimony of those who wanted to share with us from the public and engage with the experts who had come to advise technically. Madam Speaker, I too embrace this bill. But before I get into just what members have said and some more details from what we had discussed in the committee, let me say that, in fact, while my friend pointed out that this is being done in a manner in which is too quick, and we would have wished for more time in order to educate the public, let me also use this opportunity to educate the public about the process. You know, the last couple meetings we came here, and there were accusations, especially as it related, in fact, to the Equal Opportunities Bill, that enough consultation would not have been given and all of that. And let me just share that there is a process. This bill was introduced to the House at our last sitting, and there was a meeting of the committee, was referred to the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee, and that committee met, Madam Speaker, and I think we spent the better part of almost 3 hours going back and forth, listening to testimony. That is a part of the legislative process, Madam Speaker. And anybody who wishes to participate in the process can do so. I liked what my friend from Lake Eye said, because indeed it comes to the House today, and we can further make some amendments. Hopefully the ones that we're proposing now coming from the committee will be accepted, but we do have the advisor from the Solicitor General's office also present to see if we can address some of the concerns as it relates to the international cooperation and other areas. That's a part of the process, Madam Speaker. And then it can take on further life if before it gets to the Senate, whenever the Senate meets, they can contribute as well. It is all a process. And even when the legislation is finalized and it reaches to the Governor General and he signs it, and then the minister, whoever that minister is, signs it into effect, we can always come back and make changes to legislation, because legislation is not static. It is, in fact, very dynamic all the time, and where we see changes need to be made, those changes can be made. So I just thought I'd say that for the process, to let Belizeans know that every piece of legislation that comes to this Honorable House, in fact, by the time it gets here, it already goes through a process. The cybercrime bill, for instance, Madam Speaker, had the participation of many stakeholders, and I join with my colleagues who have already given thanks to, in particular, the Special Envoy, Mrs. Barrow, but also the many other stakeholders who were consulted. And in fact, they crafted this bill, the drafters crafted it based on the experiences and existing legislation in other territories, so that when my friend from Lekai says that it is good and it is comprehensive, that is exactly what it is. So there is always this process that is there. It is true that there are circumstances sometimes when we need to do things in one sitting, 3 readings, but that is not always the case, and we can always try to work together. I want to again commend my colleagues, Madam Speaker. This to me was a joint venture to get it to this point, and of course the legislators probably have done the least work. But we know that it is good work because we have sat down and we've gone through it in great detail. And in fact, the changes that we made in the committee were basically to say, Madam Speaker, that we disagree with those who drafted and brought it to this point, that in fact we thought the penalties ought to be stiffer. And we want to send the signal, Madam Speaker, that these cyber crimes are no joke. And I agree with all the colleagues so far who have said we need to educate the population on what these crimes are, because people are going about business as usual now, since we've been exposed to computers and social media and all of this, committing these crimes, which will now be crimes against people on a daily basis, and we need to let them know that it will no longer be tolerated, and we need to make them know, Madam Speaker, that when they are caught doing this, that the penalties are going to be stiff. And when we say that, Madam Speaker, we're not, in legislation, sometimes we talk about a financial penalty, and then we also talk about the possibility of some jail time if the magistrate so feels. Well, the committee felt so strongly about this that we believe that if somebody is convicted, caught intentionally in these offenses, Madam Speaker, that there should be no discretion on the part of the magistrate, that in fact that person should be forced to pay the penalty and indeed get some prison time as a result of this. So we are sending the signal there is zero tolerance for this kind of thing. You will go to jail and you will have to pay a very stiff financial penalty together. It's not one or the other. And so we beefed up as best as we could, Madam Speaker, those penalties. And we were careful to categorize the kinds of offenses. I'm grateful again to my friend from Lekai for outlining some of those offenses. But it is not only those that are related to those offenses of a sexual nature. These cyber crimes have to do with business fraud, identity theft. Those things are maybe not as prevalent in Belize as some folks know it to be in other countries, but it is coming because our people are being exposed more and more to the technology, and this has got to be stopped. So there are levels of the offenses, Madam Speaker. For instance, if one of the first offenses listed in the bill is illegal access to a computer system, well, that's one level. But when you go into you gain access into the computer now, and then you access the data and you start tampering with the data, a completely different offense. So our committee decided that, well, you break into a computer, that's one offense, but if you get in there and you manipulate that data, that's a different offense, so you should have a heavier charge. And then if you use that data and you try to hurt somebody with that data, or you cause some ill will to somebody with that data, that's a different offense. So there are layers, and that is why we did the kinds of changes that we did. Madam Speaker, I agree that we should, at every chance, every opportunity, and so I'm going to repeat some of these things for the benefit of the people who need to know. Illegal access to a computer system is an offense. Illegal access to the data of that computer will be an offense. Illegal interference of that data will be an offense. Illegal system interference, when you are interfering with more than just one individual computer, a whole system, a network. Illegal devices and code. This business about pirating is now going to be an offense. So if you're sitting at home and you have a CD or a flash drive that you're going to push in your brand new computer, and somebody has given you codes to load on Microsoft Office and Microsoft Word and Excel and all of that, and that code was gathered illegally, you are committing an offense. These are things that people in our country do every day, and we don't want them to be caught, Madam Speaker, without knowing that this is something that is illegal. Computer-related forgery. There's a lot of forgery that goes on with electronic signatures, all sorts of things. These things will be now an offense. Identity-related theft. Stealing of people's identity, pretending to be somebody whom you're not, especially as it relates to birth papers and so on. When those things become digitized, as you know, the government is moving towards more services electronic-wise. Child luring, my friend from Lekai spoke about this one, but this is a very important one again. And in fact, the members of the committee, this is an area where we agreed we needed to beef up the penalties, because the crimes against our children, Madam Speaker, should carry a stiffer penalty than the crimes against the adults. In our view, our children are defenseless, and they should not be taken lightly. Of course, there is the publication or transmission of images of the private area. And then there is discussion in this bill, Madam Speaker, about how we treat with the internet service providers, because they too have an obligation. They are to keep certain records so that the police and those who are going to investigate the crimes can go back and track, and that's something that's important. I'm not sure where my friend from Stanquick West was going, but Madam Speaker, there are ways, and we will go as far as we need to go to ensure that we can track people who commit these crimes, getting data from the internet service providers or whichever entity stores these things. It can be tracked. They can track your IP. I'm not all that technical, but this bill makes provision for all of that to be done and for people to be caught. So don't think that you can do things and the authorities will not be aware of what you're doing and can't prove your intention. There was an entire discussion about intention. I think it was the member for Lekai who raised that point, that, well, you know, you have to prove intent. Well, there is some occasion where information or data or whatever is shared, or somebody gets into a computer, but it's completely accidental, maybe, but there is no ill intent. So it has to be that there is intent, but that intent is always going to show, because technology leaves trace. These things leave traces, so we can then determine. So anybody who is thinking out there that, oh, it's okay, I can do this and get away with it, there is the provision for that kind of tracing to happen. And there is provision, Madam Speaker, for those service providers who will say, well, I'm not going to share this information with you. I'm not going to give it to the police. I am not going to give it to a law enforcement agency. There is regulation in here, Madam Speaker, that makes those who coerce, harass, intimidate, humiliate a person. That is another big one in Belize. People do things on the internet, on social media, in order to harass people and in order to humiliate them. We are now saying, Madam Speaker, these things are wrong, and that you can be convicted and that you can go to jail and pay a fine, very stiff fine and very stiff jail time, considering the offense. And this is one that I have a very great pleasure in sharing, Madam Speaker. Infringement of copyright, patents, designs, trademarks. Recently, I was telling my colleagues in the committee, there was a whole generation of generating of an invoice with a logo from an international company, and they're putting all sorts of figures, generating things from companies, all in order to smear my name, because they don't have anything else, you see. Some of them are now being forced to make apologies. Those who have shared it, Madam Speaker, you can't just share things that you know is fabricated. These are the kinds, I wish this bill was already lost so that we could sue some of the people who, or at least get them to apologize. You cannot just make up things. Yesterday, Madam Speaker, there was one individual who posted on Belize by and sell that the Ministry of Education had decided that school would start face-to-face. He completely made that up. They didn't like my response very much, but this is something that they do know. So the opposition does not have, Madam Speaker, they do not have any proper means to attack their opponent. So they are going to generate an invoice. You could see where they Photoshop the thing. They put on the logo of a company, 2 companies if you don't mind. I think it was more than 1 document. This is what is being done in order to bring down somebody's reputation. Madam Speaker, I take these things personal because I have managed the Ministry of Education for going on 13 years and my name has never been called in any scandal, but because election is coming, the operatives of the opposition feel that they can manufacture things and tarnish my reputation and the reputation of others. Well, this bill, and in fairness, they have been very...
I think, Madam Speaker,
the opposition has
we
been
were doing so well. And I want to point out, and I cannot leave this unsaid, that I don't know who the Minister of Education is referring, but whosoever that person is not an operative of the People's United Party. I want to put that on record.
I'm glad that you are disowning NBZ Live and you're disowning Associated, what you call yourself? Associated of Concerned Belizeans. But that is the kind of thing, Madam Speaker, it is perfectly, I am not being political for being political sake. Madam Speaker, I'm pointing out the kinds of offenses that this bill will now deal with. Sure. They are the ones who generated he's not divorcing himself. Let me move on, Madam Speaker.
Just move along because the conversation is really very important.
Let me move on. But these, Madam Speaker, have become the norm of the day with social media and with computer usage in this country, cell phone usage. So this is what we are desperately trying to stop. But above all of the crimes, of course, those that are of a sexual nature and those that are of natures against children, Madam Speaker, is what we want to really, really stop. And it's mostly against women. I have to say that, Madam Speaker, that this is being done. Something that I'm sure is dear to your heart, Madam Speaker, and other advocates like the Special Envoy. These actions to hurt our families, to hurt our women, to hurt our children have got to stop. So, Madam Speaker, I am pleased to associate myself with the passage of this bill, as I'm sure it would seem all members of this Honorable House are. And let me also say that we have asked for clarification on the international cooperation portion of the bill. I think it is part 4. And we did hope to receive some clarification, but I am told that the representative from the Solicitor General's office is here. And so when we go to Committee of the Whole, she'll be here to advise us to see if there is any further change that we need to make to the bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, notwithstanding some back and forth at the last, this has been,
They couldn't resist it, Prime Minister.
but this has been most edifying, refreshing. I agree with the leader of the opposition. And I'm not saying this is the last House meeting, but who knows? In case it is, it would be lovely if we went out on this sort of a note. But the major thing, Madam Speaker, is to thank all those who were involved in advocating for the bill, who were involved in drafting the bill, who were involved in the consultations with the stakeholders, and to say a special thanks to the members of the committee on both sides of the House that obviously went through the bill with a fine-tooth comb, which is an earnest of how seriously they took the contents of the bill. I agree with the member for Lekai that this is a seminal piece of legislation, and the only complaint that can be made of it is that it is overdue, that it could have been done before. But it's wonderful, Madam Speaker, to see both sides of the House united on something as important as this, and it certainly causes me to retain the conviction I have always had that we are quarrel, we are cuss up one another, but ultimately, when it comes to the interests of Belize, we are on both sides of the House united. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to combat cybercrime by creating offenses of cybercrime, to provide for penalties, investigation and prosecution of the offenses of cybercrime, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. The ayes have it.
The bill for an act to combat cybercrime by creating offenses of cybercrime, to provide for penalty, investigation, and prosecution of the offenses of cybercrime, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
Right Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, I move the second reading of a bill for an act to amend the Defense Act, Chapter 135 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to update the provisions, bringing them into conformity with the Belize Constitution and other laws, and to provide for matters connected therewith. Again, I believe that the House Committee that met earlier to examine this bill has recommended some changes which clearly we are very pleased to, in fact, accede to. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Member from Caribbean Shores.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as the Prime Minister just pointed out, there were some sections that had been proposed, and while I can appreciate the spirit and intent of the section, because in actuality and in reality, abuse exists in our military and in our police department, and we're talking of a sexual nature. And so while it was that the intent was to include matters like rape and sexual assault as matters as like disgraceful conduct, I think we would have run afoul of the criminal code, Madam Speaker, because the criminal code has a penalty of up to life for rape. And so my main position and proposition within the committee was that we need to have more enforcement. The police department needs to be able to go into the military if there is an accusation against a particular officer of rape or sexual assault and investigate. It cannot be that the defense and the military is immune to this type of investigation. And so we in this honorable house have to send the strongest of messages, Madam Speaker, the strongest of signals that it will not be tolerated any longer. We need to stand up with our women in the military. We need to stand up with our women in the police department. And while it is primarily our women, it's not exclusively. There are instances of abuse against males. And so, Madam Speaker, the signal nonetheless needs to be sent today from this Honorable House that we will be cracking down and we will be allowing the police department to do their job and the DPP to do their job against those offenders within the military and the police. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, whilst I was not on that committee, I only saw the bill this morning, so I had to try to jot down some notes on it. And I mean, I hope I do a good issue on it. One of the issues I have with this, Madam Speaker, is that, I mean, the headings and the headings of the bill itself, they are good headings. The thing is, the issue is in the details, and I tried to read it closely, and where I saw the extension of age time and all that, I mean, that by itself, yes. I remember when I served, there were people who said that the people retire in the BDF at a very low age, at a young age. At the time, that was necessary, but now this, over 2 decades, I am sure that yes, we now need to extend the age, and I don't think you'll find any officer or warrant officer or any of the ranks who would disagree with that. The issue I have with it, though, is that by itself, what I didn't find in the bill, and it could be in there because I tried to read it this morning since we got it, where that if you extend it right now, perhaps the only one who would get an extension would be the commander, the brigadier general in the Belize Defense Force. The issue with that, Madam Speaker, is that we have to remember that there is a career timeline for all soldiers once they attain a rank. There's usually like a training, a test they have to pass. For example, you would serve 2 years as a second lieutenant, 4 years as a lieutenant, about 5 years as a captain, and so on and so forth. Doing it this way is that by just extending it, you automatically extend them, yes. But however, what about the soldiers, what about the officers who are already anticipating their next promotion, providing they pass the test and providing they're competent? It is an issue. It affects the morale of the military, Madam Speaker. And in our military and all militaries all over the place, morale is a huge issue, Madam Speaker. I mean, I remember we had this General Colin Powell, who once said, and it was something very famous in his time, he said, optimism is a force multiplier, meaning that you need a military that when they're out there performing their duties, you want people who are serving fully confident that their commanders have their back, that they know their career will be taken care of, their government will take care of them. This by itself, like I said, I'm wary how I'm talking about it, but I mean, I'm not too sure if it is fully thought out how this rank structure and the career structure of the officers and the soldiers and the warrant officers, how it will be done on all of it. I didn't see that in the bill, Madam Speaker. As we speak as well, the issue with pensions. Pensions only go as far as lieutenant colonels, again. And one of the things which I had to hurry try to speak to a few of the former soldiers who I speak, is that one of the big issues we're facing with officers and our ranks when they leave the military after 22 years, Madam Speaker, is that they usually have a serious issue. They usually have a very serious issue with unemployment outside. Why? Because there is not an immediate translation of their skills. Madam Speaker, it costs this government, well, not this government, it costs governments money to train and to create soldiers. It is not an easy thing. Hence, that's why you hear things of recruitment training, boot camp. You hear officers going to Guyana, to Canada, to Sandhurst, West Point. It costs money because you need professional soldiers along our border. And just to tell you how serious this is, remember, Madam Speaker, for the past 2 decades, we've had issues along our borders. Remember, about almost 20 years ago, we had where some of one patrol were kidnapped by the Guatemalans. Right? We've had a staff sergeant who was shot out there by the Caracol region. We've sadly had this, he's not in the military, but he was a frontline serving a government officer, the guy at Caracol, sadly, who was killed, Danny Conorke. We have a lot of issues along our border, Madam Speaker, so we cannot just be creating a bill that in principle is good. To extend the age, yes, I repeat, there's no one who I believe would disagree with extending the age, but it has to come with a holistic approach where the full rank structure, the full career structure is well thought out for each soldier. That is something important for people in the military, Madam Speaker. As well, I saw some of the issues there with the penalties and fines. I mean, within Schedule 4, 5, and all that. I mean, yes, you do need to modernize these where Schedule 4 is for fines that are less than $500, 500 to 5,000, etc. But again, Madam Speaker, I only had it this morning. I was not able to get a copy of the Defense Act to fully reflect and review it. Again, I am sure we need to modernize it, but again, it is the timeline of this, Madam Speaker. As well, some of the issues that came about when I made some consultation was that they said the military as is right now, Madam Speaker, is in desperate need of kit, the equipment. The soldiers need armor to operate on their patrol. Sadly, we notice the border is getting a little bit more dangerous. Reality is out there on the front line. All right, they need proper burgans, they need proper kit. Just this morning, amongst colleagues, they were talking about how some policeman went out there wearing a shoe, and the shoe tore. I could tell you personally, patrolling this border, if you don't have a proper boots when you're walking there in the jungle, that can ease any other part of foot equipment, it can tear up, and you will have a miserable time out there. It's already difficult as it is, but you need proper kit. Our soldiers are not getting it, Madam Speaker. So these are some of the issues that I believe has to be addressed by any changes to the Defense Act, issues of proper equipment for our soldiers, issues for those who are now retiring, the ability to translate some of their skills into the private force. As well, Madam Speaker, I was about to forget this one. As well, I believe it is time now that our military starts being covered by Social Security. Just this morning, one of the texts I got, where this guy now, he's out of the military for 6 years, for 6 months now. He has not gotten his pension. He has no job, and well, he have no Social Security to collect from. So he is unemployed. And he is a retired warrant officer. So how does he go and say, all right, I can work out there? A lot of these former soldiers who are highly trained, who our government have invested a lot of money in. Right? When you see them working as security guards at the different banks, at different institutions. And they're very professional and they're good at it. But again, like I said, from when you go to an organization that is highly professional, well-designed, for them to just literally just reach as a security guard who minds the door, I think we're losing some special skills here, Madam Speaker. So I believe we have to do a more proper job in bringing a bill like this to the House that is much more comprehensive, that studies more the issues that are facing the soldiers, Madam Speaker. So, like I said, being that I just got it this morning, those are some of the issues that I saw. Thank you.
To what the honourable member from Corozal Southeast said on the issue of BDF soldiers and officers, where as a government we spend millions of dollars in training them, and they work and they serve us faithfully for 20 plus years until the early age of retirement. But maybe it is time to consider at the BDF that probably in the last year of prior to retirement, that these soldiers can get some kind of counseling and preparing them to get another kind of job if they want to be an electrical or a carpenter or whatever it is that they do. I think that's the least that we owe to them, because it breaks your heart when you see that these people, highly trained personnel, that all they could do is to get to be a security guard at a hotel or at a business or at the banks. And I think we owe it to them. They have served us faithfully. And so I think it is time for us to consider as a government to put that into place. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Minister, stop.
Thank you. I would just like to add to what the leader of the opposition is saying. My recollection is that after the Second World War, there was a tremendous problem in the United States with respect to employment. And the soldiers had difficulty getting jobs. And then they came up with this thing that they call the GI Bill of Rights, whereby they made it possible for all those soldiers to get education. I think it's at a discounted rate. It's also made it possible for them to get housing. at a discounted rate. And I think that this is timely, and we don't know what government may be able to do it, but it is timely that in fact we can hold forth the promise to our retired soldiers and even those who are presently in the military, that they will be given a special program where they can be educated and trained in our universities and in our sixth forms. I think that that is really, it would be a game changer. I remember going to Italy, not Italy, Israel, and had a discussion with the president, and he said to me, Mr. Elrington, wouldn't it be an excellent idea if we could turn our armies into universities? Because that's our human resource. And the more training that we give to our human resource, the better our society is going to be. So I like that idea exceedingly well, and I would certainly support it and urge that it be contemplated. He may well be the one responsible for dealing with it, or some other politician, but I think it's an excellent idea that should be pursued.
Honorable Minister of Education.
Madam Speaker, this is another bill that, of course, went to the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee. And I wanted to just shed some light in terms of what my friend from Caribbean Shores mentioned. That had to do, I think, with Section 36 of the bill that speaks to Section 62 of the Principal Act. And basically what Section 62 of the Principal Act deals with is disgraceful conduct of a soldier and punishment for that. He is correct in that it was the intention of those who are proposing the bill to increase and more clearly define what would be considered as disgraceful conduct. And that was why things like rape and sexual assault was included in the definition in the amendment bill. And those things, as we are proposing now, coming from the committee, that this entire section of defining those acts, especially where rape and sexual assault is included, is what we are withdrawing. And we're doing so, Madam Speaker, for the very same reason that he has pointed out, that we want to ensure that these very heinous acts, rape, sexual assault, and other things that are criminal offenses cannot be overlooked and overshadowed by regulation like this that is handled within the military alone and is given a mere penalty of just something not exceeding 2 years, as it is stated now in the Principal Act. So it is because we value our women in the security forces and believe that they ought to get justice in the most stern way for those offenders that we have decided to withdraw section or the amendment number 36 from the amendment bill, and then revert back, Madam Speaker, to what is originally in the Principal Act, that's section 62, so that what is considered disgraceful conduct goes back to whatever definition was there, and those acts of rape and sexual offense and whatever else was listed here, wrongful distribution of intimate visual images, which will be covered by the cybercrime regulation and will now be a criminal offense. All of these things, Madam Speaker, will not escape the police. The police will now be able to, as is the case and has always been the case, the police can go in and investigate these very serious crimes. Now, my friend from Caribbean Shores had some concern, Madam Speaker. His concern was that as it is now, it seems that the police do not go into the security forces territory to investigate these acts of rape and sexual offense, assault, sexual assault. And Madam Speaker, we want to make it clear for the record, I agree with my friend, but we want to make it clear for the record that from our research, and the representatives of the Solgen office again will be here for the committee of the whole where further clarification can be sought. But as it is now, nothing precludes a member of the security services who has been raped or who has experienced sexual assault from reporting that matter to the police and from having the police investigate and criminally charge somebody who has been guilty of such an offense. There is nothing that stops that now. And I think his point, if it is that nothing is being done when some of these cases arise under the pretext that it will be dealt with by the military, if that is indeed the case, I'm not sure that it is, but if that is the case, Madam Speaker, then we need to ensure that people know their rights. Certainly those who have been victims of such offenses ought to know that the report for rape, the report for sexual assault should not only be made to the hierarchy of the security services, but ought to be made to the police, and that the police should understand fully that there is nothing that stops them from going and investigating and bringing justice for the victims who experience this kind of thing. And so, insofar as that is the case, Madam Speaker, I stand with my colleague, and we demand indeed that our women in security forces, whether it be the BDF, the police, or the Coast Guard, that they are treated fairly, and that if they are victims of these crimes, or as he pointed out, males as well, because today's day and age, a lot of strange things happen. So even if it is male, female, whatever the case, that these people who have been victims, that they get justice, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Honourable Member from Toledo.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to make my contribution on the bill that is before us. And I want to be very brief, Madam Speaker, just to say that I certainly share with my colleagues that it would have been better if we had gotten this bill ahead of time, so that it would have given us the opportunity to be able to study the bill and certainly be able to give greater input. But I must say that I think it is a very good start. I have always been concerned, in fact, I've always been an advocate of our military, our uniformed forces, because, Madam Speaker, we will all acknowledge that we owe a debt of gratitude to our uniformed forces, our national security personnel, as they work tirelessly across this country to ensure that this country is kept safe, Madam Speaker. We have seen where they are always at the front line, working very hard. Particularly, we see right now as we are dealing with the pandemic, where, you know, our police officers, our BDF, Coast Guard, and others, you know, are at the forefront, ensuring that, you know, they carry out their duties in a very diligent and responsible manner, all aimed at protecting us as we are in our homes, Madam Speaker. So our uniformed forces must be applauded for the great effort that they do in protecting our nation, Madam Speaker. And I too want to join in saying that I am of the opinion, Madam Speaker, just like what the members from Big Stock said, and I believe it was the leader of the opposition and other members on this side, who said that our military personnel should be compensated after serving this country. They work very hard, Madam Speaker, and I agree, you know, opportunities in education, but I would also go further. I believe that every Belizean who serves, whether in the military or the police, and I would even add doctors and nurses and teachers, Coast Guard should ensure, Madam Speaker, the government should ensure that they get a piece of land where they can build a decent house, where they can, you know, create their own little farms, you know, after they retire. I believe that that is very important, and that is one way in which the government can show gratitude for the service that they have provided for our country, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to also go further, that whilst this bill, you know, has some very good sections in there that seeks to address the many issues that affect our military, I also want to bring to the attention of the government, and certainly any future government, a future government coming on board, that we must address the issue of our living quarters of our BDF. Very important, and even our police officers. but particularly the BDF. You speak to any BDF out there, Madam Speaker, and they are going to tell you about the poor, dilapidated housing conditions where they live. We have to do better. We spend millions and millions of dollars on other things, but yet the very people who protect us, the very people who defend us, the very people who take care of us while we rest and sleep, Madam Speaker, in many instances are neglected. And I'm calling out, I'm saying that any future government, because this government had 12 years in which they could have done a lot more for our military forces, Madam Speaker. So any future government will have to ensure that we work very hard to address the issues of the living quarters of our military, Madam Speaker. Very important. And I also join the member of Corozal Southeast in saying that I also believe, in fact, I always questioned, why is it that our military personnel are not covered by Social Security? That's a serious issue. Serious issue. Many of our soldiers, they go into the jungle or wherever they go to carry out their duties. In many instances, they are injured, and there is no coverage for them, Madam Speaker. No coverage. So it's a good step. I believe it's a step in the right direction. But the point I want to make, Madam Speaker, is that there is a lot more that we need to do for our military forces because they work diligently, they work hard to protect this country. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, all of what has been said is valid. The theme first proposed by the leader of the opposition, or perhaps it came originally from the member for Corozal Southeast, and certainly our friend from Toledo West, ended on a very strong note with respect to endorsing all that has been said about the welfare of the men and women in the BDF. And it's absolutely valid, and there can be no counter-argument to the articulation of the case that they have been advocated. But that has nothing to do with the bill. That was not the purpose of this bill. It's not my bill. Well, it's my bill because I'm presenting it, but it's basically, this is something coming from the Belize Defense Force. And why it has been so late was because they wanted to be sure that they got it absolutely right from the point of view of what they saw as the issues that they wanted to have addressed. So, please, Madam Speaker, I apologize that is the reason why they got the bill so late. And I repeat that I completely endorse the sentiments expressed regarding the welfare of the men and women of the Belize Defense Force. But that will have to be handled separately. In terms of the bill itself, and regarding one more point on that question of welfare. I, at one time, had the honor of being Minister of National Security. I've been Minister for a lot of ministries, haven't I? Really, it's time for me to go. I mean, but I'm going. We all know that. So, but in terms of what my friend from Corozal Southeast said, I remember during that period, I was extremely impressed by the wealth of talent that our military hosts. The Minister of Foreign Affairs talks about education and no doubt something along the lines of the GI Bill. I'm not sure that it still exists in the US, but in terms of wanting to provide opportunities for the further education of the men and women of the Belize Defense Force after they retire, that's a good thing. But without that, there is already this tremendous pool of talent that the BDF hosts. You meet these soldiers, you visit the camps, you see the variegated nature of the skills of these people. And not just for a matter of shoot gun and march into the jungle and plan strategy in terms of war games. Thank God we've not had an actual war ever. It is fantastic, the spectrum of skills that these people have. And I agree that it is a shame that after they retire, so many of them are left to fend for themselves in a way that's not beneath their dignity. No form of work really is beneath anybody's dignity. But there is a mismatch between the kinds of jobs they're able to get after retirement and the sorts of skills these people possess. Madam Speaker, except you've been there, I of course take second place or third place or fourth place or fifth place to my friend from Southeast who was actually a serving member of the BDF. Remember you may had to salute me one time when you were there. Like a good soldier, you might not have wanted to do it, but you followed the chain of command. But he speaks, Madam Speaker, he speaks God's own truth when he talks about how we're not a quarrel. I am paying tribute and homage to the good member for Coruscant Southeast, who was an officer, not just a regular member of the Belize Defense Force, but who was an officer. But indeed, Madam Speaker, to come back to this issue of the multiplicity of talents that these people have and the different types of jobs they have to do in the military, and that allows them to hone some of the innate skills that they possessed even before joining the military. So it is a huge area to be covered, but I agree with everybody who has made the point that sooner or later we have to tackle this issue in particular of, as I said, this mismatch between the skills these people have developed, the skills they have been trained for and helped to acquire, and the sorts of jobs that they are obliged to settle for after they retire. It's going to be a huge undertaking, but I'm sure that, again, there is a unity of position where this is concerned, and so whoever forms the next government, I believe we can depend on to make some effort to deal with that particular problem. With respect to the bill itself, now again, you know, I have always been a humble man, but I'm being particularly humble today in saying to my friend from Caribbean shores that I defer completely to him with respect to legal matters. I have not practiced law for 13 years. I'd come back there, you know, run you back down. But so I do not want to quarrel in terms of what he said about the question of the serious charges that are now, the serious behavior that is now defined in this bill, which serious behavior can naturally form the basis of charges inside the military. But what our leader-elect said is also true. It has never been the case, as I understand it, that the fact of provisions being made for these matters to be dealt with and for offenders within the military to face as well military justice, that has never been something that, as it were, then works to the exclusion of the regular criminal law and the jurisdiction of the police to be able to charge members of the military for crimes that they are alleged to have committed. I'm just a little worried. It's a pity that when we won't have a chance to hear directly from perhaps some member of the high command of the Belize Defense Force, because there may well be a logical explanation as to why it is that they felt that things like rape and sexual assault should be defined under the general misbehavior rubric. And I am sure that they could never have intended that whatever they were proposing or whatever they were making possible to have happen in terms of military justice for anybody who committed any such offense, that would have elbowed aside the continuing and superior jurisdiction of the criminal law and of the law enforcement officers. I wonder, therefore, Mr. Member for Caribbean Shores, whether it wasn't just an effort to cast the net wider. In other words, we can assume, or we can very easily contemplate the possibility of a situation where, and the leader-elect has to be careful, he said, we were talking about sexual assault, sexual violations, and he said, particularly of our women, but also of our men. I think both of you said that. And then there was some suggestion from somebody that perhaps male-on-male sexual relations, period, is a strange thing. Anybody who said that better be careful. Louis Wade and the others are listening out there, and they will say, not Louis, they might invite you to join their party if you consider same-sex relations to be an aberration or something very, very strange. But let me leave that aside. Well, that's a whole different ballgame. But I just wonder, Mr. Member from Caribbean Shores, whether it isn't that the High Command was trying to ensure that in a situation where perhaps a female soldier, let's stick to, given my age, let me stick to tradition, to what we would see as the most likely offense to occur, that a female soldier is violated or sexually assaulted by a male soldier. Perhaps what the High Command was thinking is that in certain circumstances the female soldier might not want to make a report to the police, might not want the kind of publicity attendant upon a public trial. And perhaps all they're trying to do is to give persons like that an option for the charges to be brought under the military jurisdiction, within the terms of this particular legislation, and for proceedings to take place, and for some degree of satisfaction, which clearly will not equal the scale of the charges that we see under the criminal code, but that could provide a measure of relief. It may well be that that is what they were thinking. If what is already covered? Sorry. You could what? Well, yes, but they were clearly making the penalties higher and that sort of thing. So all I'm saying is, we want to be. It's better to be safe than sorry, and I'm not going to argue against leaving it out at all. But I just hope that we're not missing something that I certainly can't fill in the House on, because, to repeat, I had nothing to do with the drafting of the bill. But if the Attorney General is listening, perhaps who is the Minister of National Security, perhaps before we get to Committee of the Whole, he might be able to ask somebody in the High Command to come and explain what the intention is. Enriquez is coming? Excellent. So that would perhaps then, Madam Speaker, take care of matters, because I just want to be sure that in taking it out completely, it isn't that we're eliminating the possibility of the possibility of a sort of two-pronged approach, which is there, but a two-pronged approach so that if at the election of the person violated or assaulted might have resulted in a military trial, but with far stiffer penalties than previously obtained. Saying all that, Madam Speaker, leads me to conclude and again to thank members on both sides of the House for the absolute seriousness with which they discharge their responsibility to examine the legislation and to make the changes that they saw fit. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Defence Act, Chapter 135 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to update the provisions of bringing them into conformity with the Belize Constitution and other laws, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a second time. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
The bill for an act to amend the Defence Act, Chapter 135 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to update the provisions of bringing them into conformity with the Belize Constitution and other laws, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, I move the second reading of a bill for an act to amend the Representation of the People Act, Chapter 9 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to extend the time for the restriction of the sale of intoxicating liquor on Election Day and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
Honourable Opposition Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Certainly, we on this side do support the whole idea of extending the time that we do not sell liquor on Election Day. But, Madam Speaker, I'd like to show something, also make a recommendation to the Prime Minister that maybe we can give some serious consideration that whenever the election is called, that Election Day be declared a holiday in this case. And I say it simply, Prime Minister, because we're in the time of COVID. And some people have to go to work in Belize City and rush to Range Up to try to vote. Or so last minute you have this big rush of people trying to get to the polls. I think that because of the COVID situation, that we can declare a holiday so that everybody has time to be able to go constantly during the day to vote and avoid that rush. I think I'm appealing to you, Prime Minister, and to everyone to give that some serious consideration. Thank you, Madam Speaker. We do support this.
Madam Speaker, the question of declaring Election Day a holiday has come up before. Normally the private sector screams bloody murder, but I will have to consult, but I agree instinctively with what the Leader of the Opposition has said. This is the time of coronavirus. These are COVID-19 times. Already it will be a job, a chore to get people to go to the polls. There's a fair factor. If you add to that, if you compound the problem by making it logistically difficult for the reasons that the leader outlined, I think then we are not acting in a way that the circumstances demand. So I will put on record my personal agreement with his suggestion. We'll have to go to Cabinet. I see my leader-elect saying yes. The Minister of Health is saying yes. We will, no doubt, well, the private sector will have heard this now or later today, and if they have any representations they want to make, please feel to do so. But I think it's a fine idea.
Okay. Honourable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Representation of the People Act, Chapter 9 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to extend the time for the restriction of the sale of intoxicating liquor on Election Day and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a second time. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. The ayes have it.
Bill for an act to amend the Representation of the People Act, Chapter 9 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to extend the time for restriction of the sale of intoxicating liquor on election day and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Natural Resources.
Madam Speaker, I move the second reading of a bill for an act to amend the Land Tax Act, Chapter 58 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to empower the Minister to remit land tax where there is a spread of an infectious disease and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
Speaker.
Honorable Member from Playtime.
Thank you. We've been having a splendid morning or afternoon. So here we go. A year ago, the government wrote off $90 million in accrued land taxes. Half of those taxes were owed by 30 big landowners who together owned combined almost 500,000 acres. And now this. So forgive us, Madam Speaker, if we're a little jaded on this side. We understand we are in the middle of COVID. We're in the middle of a pandemic that has claimed 22 lives so far and laid in ruins much of our economy. We get that. What we don't get is just what this new land tax write-off would mean in terms of lost revenue to the government and people of Belize. How many persons will benefit? Who are these persons who will benefit? Just how we expect this proposed relief to spur the economy? Will these big landowners be using this money to reinvest or it's just a gift? The paper lacks some details, Madam Speaker, and I think it is just kind of unfair for us to have to consider a paper of this magnitude with so many unanswered questions. What I would have really wanted to see was some relief provided to all these ordinary people who are being kicked out of their homes by heartless landlords because they can't pay. What I really would have wanted to see was some relief for all of our people who have had to pay astronomical light bills over the last few months and rising water costs. Madam Speaker, I don't know if you have any idea just how many people have been kicked out of their apartments because they can't pay right now, because they are not working, and because the landlords don't want to hear nothing, and there's no protection for these folks, because the truth of the matter is they're not working, they don't have income to pay. The landlords don't want to hear that. In some cases where these landlords provide water or light as part of the monthly package, when they want you out, they cut it off. Change the locks. You got to go. Your stuff is outside. I know of some of those stories. There's a great number of people. I don't know if you know how many people have had their light bills, their light cut, their current cut, chopped because they can't pay BL. How many people have had their water cut because they can't pay BWS? I don't know if you know, Madam Speaker, just how many people in this time cannot give their children 3 square meals a day. How many people actually cry at night because they don't know what to do. School fees need to be paid, food need to be bought, bills need to be paid, and no money not there. But in 1 week we come here, we proposed this bill last Friday, and 1 week, 7 days we'll pass this, and the big landowners will get a neat little tax write-off. But this will not benefit the ordinary folk. The ordinary folk who have been put out of their apartment, who have their light bills cut, their current cut, their water cut, because they don't own land, you see. So they don't pay land tax. I heard the Prime Minister must have been Independence Day, but I think he said it in the last meeting too. Kind of boast that, you know, this second round of the COVID relief is going faster and better. I think they lied to you. I don't know who they lied to you, but I think they lied to you. Because based on the data, the public data, yeah, Boots say pretty up things. Based on the public data, I think it's 62,000 persons who have applied, 62,300 plus people who have applied on the second wave of the COVID relief. According to the public records, 20,000 persons have been approved. 11,000 for various reasons have been denied or rejected. But check this stats, Madam Speaker. That program started on August the 3rd. Today is September 25th. You're talking about what? If my maths is correct, 53 days. 7 weeks and 4 days. That 31,000 people are waiting to hear whether they have gotten approval, whether they could go pick up the E150, or however it has been paid. Because only 30,000 people out of the 62,000 people have been accounted for. I know a lot of those people go to the ATM every day, but check see if they're eagle land. And when you go in there and a zero balance or $3 and change or whatever, you have to sheepishly walk out of the ATM because you got people who watch you. I don't know, I know, man. I probably don't remember that experience there, but it's real. Because you go and check religiously every other day if you see if that money there. It's not there. It's not been there for those 31,000 people. And I feel like the government can be rather efficient in writing off land taxes for the big people. Can be rather efficient when they want to set up this national gas company, but can be rather inefficient when it comes to ensuring that the little people get what they forget. We talk about 30,000 people where in a lot of cases are legitimate persons who have lost their jobs from March of this year, who did not get anything in the first round of relief. Because if we can recall out of those 80,000 persons who applied, only half of them got any money. So they didn't get in the first round, and then in the second round, they take their time and make sure that they dot the I's and cross the T's on the application, and then they still not hear nothing. Right? So it's all well and good for the 20,000 who've gotten the relief. We applaud that. I don't know about 11,000 who's been rejected. We'll accept your word for it. But 30,000 people are waiting to get theirs. Right? And they want to talk about the food pantry because that's another matter. Because it would seem to me that one UDP minister or one UDP representative or one UDP standard bearer have to recommend you. Because if they don't recommend you, dog, me am your supper. That's concerning because...
Excuse me a minute, member. You're getting back to the debate,
Oh,
right?
yeah, it's all related, Madam Speaker.
Because it's land tax.
No, it's all related. We're talking about relief for citizens under pandemic, right?
Keep it coming
and
back
so I'm just saying what I would have wanted to see. I'm allowed to do that, right? Food pantry. You have to get that stamp of approval, that call from a UDP standard bearer or a UDP minister to say, you want to get this thing. But we're not for playing any kind of games there with food, Madam Speaker. Because the truth of the matter is, the people of Belize have gotten $50 million for food support during this pandemic. I think 26 million from the World Bank, 24 million thereabouts from OFIT, close to 50 million. Might be 47, might be 48. Right? But all this money, but people have to apply for food. And the majority of people, what I know, need food. Even the people that have nearly job, they struggle because there's a loss of income in the household. Even if you're not a public officer, you're not a teacher, maybe a hobby, or maybe a child lose their job, so the income shrink. So there's a need for food, but we got this elaborate application process. We get only groceries, and then games, you get play with it, and I don't like that. I feel like we should be more above board. I feel like we should just send out the food we talk about it. Security forces, we should use them to get that out to the people of Belize in a jiffy, consistently. Without this whole process where somebody has to call you for give you a stamp of approval, a blessing. You have to change anything, Madam Speaker. That's all I'm saying. Thank you very much.
Honorable Minister from Pigstocks.
Madam Speaker, I rise in support of this bill for the tax relief at the discretion of the Minister of Natural Resources. And I can almost guarantee that the bill is going to get the support of the member from Toledo West, certainly the member from Stann Creek West, and I'm sure the other members from the rural constituencies up north and in the west of the country. Madam Speaker, this pandemic has had two immediate and urgent results. One is the illness that it has caused to people, but perhaps the most devastating one for Belize is the economic fallout. Almost overnight, we have lost thousands of jobs. People who were employed suddenly lost their means of income. And if those people who are employed, as the member from Lake High has suggested, can't pay their house rent, can't pay their light bill, can't pay their water bill. House rent, the government has nothing to do with. Light bill, the government has nothing to do with. Water bill, the government has nothing to do with. But certainly land taxes, the government has everything to do with. And is not this the best occasion for the government to in fact be magnanimous and to relieve those who are hardest hit by this COVID-19 from having to pay land tax? Madam, for those people who have any familiarity with the rural area, they will know that the value that a country gets from owning land is not through the tax they pay. That is what is called by some lawyers de minimis. It's really nothing. The value that a country gets is the production that comes from these lands. And the people who live in the land are the people who keep us fed. If they were not on the land and unable to produce on the land, we would not be able to have food to eat and to drink. So that they are essential and vital for the food chain, and everything in my mind, in my view, should have been done to help them to in fact be tided over in this difficult period. As a matter of fact, Madam Speaker, I have made it public that what I would have liked to see is for the government to have bought all the things that they produce at this point in time. Rather than buying anything from abroad, everything named food should have been bought from these local people who are on the lands. Watermelons, cantaloupe, cassava, plantain, banana, whatever it is. And those are the things that we should have been giving out so that the food chain would have been secured. Our farmers would have been secured. And our people would have been secured in terms of food. So the corn, you see, Madam Speaker, those on the other side are, in my view, always myopic and short-sighted. I remember when, I remember, Madam Speaker, when I was trying to settle the Guatemalan dispute and they claim it Guatemalan. They malign me night and day they malign me. But when the pandemic struck, the first person they were looking to is the Guatemalans to buy their cattle. They wanted us to do everything in our power to cause the Guatemalans to buy the cattle. But if we had not normalized relationship with Guatemalans, if we had not sought to resolve our matters peacefully with them, they would not have had the opportunity now to be selling the cattle. And the people from North, who oppose going to the ICJ, were the most vocal in wanting to sell cattle to the Guatemalans. But with a little bit of vision, one would have seen that West is your most normal market and North is your most normal market. And that is where you need to look for in terms of maximizing your productivity and your wealth generation, especially for the people in the rural. Because these people come straight to your farm and buy from you. Now, isn't it much better, much more helpful to the country for us to have the farmers utilize the monies that they would pay in taxes to continue to produce the food that we need? That's a no-brainer. That's common sense. So the taxes really are illusory in terms of their importance, in terms of what we will lose, because whatever we lose from paying taxes, that whatever revenue the government will lose, will in fact enhance the capacity of the landowner to plow more of his earnings back into the land. And Madam Speaker, anybody who has any knowledge of the land and who has any knowledge of the rural would know that every single day farmers have to spend on their land. Every single day. You have to be cleaning. That is something you have to do on a daily basis. You have to be planting. That is something that you have to be doing on a daily basis. And sometimes, Madam Speaker, when you're just about to harvest, the rain comes and you lose everything, as happened recently in PG. Is that so? So those people are desperately in need of assistance. The people who have banana plantations, whose bananas have been blown down by Nana, they're all desperately in need of assistance. The people who were in the citrus industry have been afflicted by some citrus disease, and most of the productivity of the citrus sector has gone down. So that those people are having difficult times too. Isn't it humanitarian? Isn't it just kind to be able to reach out to them and give them some relief in terms of having them not to pay some tax for a month, for a year, for 2 years? So the point we are making here, Madam Speaker, is this is another initiative on the part of the government where the government is providing the most needy people in the country additional relief given the COVID crisis that we are in fact experiencing. And tell me, who is it that is not in need of relief at this point in time? And I'm Speaker, I think that when we come into this House, sometimes we forget that when we come here merely as a spokesperson for those people in our constituencies. So that the member from Toledo West and from Stan Creek West and the like, they are really speaking for their farmers. The people who own the land, and they are the rural people, so they own most of the land. And I'm sure that every one of their constituents would like to get some tax relief. Every single one without exception. So this is a measure that is going to be exceedingly beneficial for every single Belizean, whether you own land or whether you don't own land, because even if you don't own land, you eat food. You will need the food that is produced by the people in the rural, and therefore you will benefit too. And the suggestion is that since COVID, Madam Speaker, the price of goods has been going up and up and up and up. That is the suggestion. But the truth is that if we were to find a way to to produce more and more and more food locally, we wouldn't have that problem. The price of the food would go down. I remember about 2 weeks ago, I had the wonderful opportunity of buying some watermelons from a man named Pollard. He is from Minister Castro's area, Lucky Strike. Some of the most beautiful watermelons at 50 cents, at 30 cents per pound. 30 cents per pound, that's dirt cheap. In COVID time, the more we enable our farmers to produce that quantity and that quality, the more relief our people will get in this very difficult time. And I am certain that times are going to continue to be difficult. And I think that the surest place that we need to place our reliance on, Madam Speaker, are the farmers. We can't place any reliance on any other industry because we don't have the control over those industries that we have over the farmers. The farmers are right here, they have nowhere to go. And everybody in the country has to eat. Everybody has to drink. So that the farmers now have a captive market. And the more we make it easy for them to survive, the better it will be for all of us. Whereas we can't mandate the tourists to come back, we can get the farmers to produce. And so long as they can they can sell their products, they will continue to produce more and more. So this is an excellent bill. I certainly would like to thank the minister responsible for it, the Deputy Prime Minister, for coming up with the idea. And it has my 100% support. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was not going to comment on the bill since, the honourable member from Lake Eye has expressed some of the concerns. And just to repeat, is that in the time of the COVID pandemic, our small farmers, our small landowners, they're struggling and probably will not even have the money to come and take advantage of this break that they're being given. The bigger guys, they have more access to money than to the small farmers. So I just want to make that comment. It does not necessarily mean that we don't want to help our small landowners, especially out in the rural areas. But I listened keenly to the honourable member from Pickstock, and I agree with him fully that we should be taking advantage of all the products that we're producing and under the food assistance program, that we should be giving that to our people as opposed to going to the grocery stores and buying imported stuff that probably are not half as good as the products that we have here in Belize. But the irony, honourable member from Pickstock, is that when I was a member of the National Oversight Committee, I prepared a paper presenting it to the NOC that we could set aside $10 million and buy all the beef, the pork, the chicken, the eggs, the beans, the rice, all the products that we're producing. And as opposed of having our people go to the store, that we either can have an area where they could pick it up, or we could use the BDF and the police to be able to deliver to the people that really need the money. So I agree with you, honourable member from Pickstock, that we could have taken advantage of this from way back. That $10 million would have been able to feed 125,000 plus Belizeans for 3 months, as opposed to when you buy it from the store, when it ends up being more expensive. But to make a correction, honourable member from Pickstock, Madam Speaker, if you allow me, probably you are not aware, but cattle farmers and ranchers have been selling cattle into Guatemala for the past 20 plus years. It's not something that just started. And yes, having normalizing relationship with Guatemala would probably make it even easier, and probably even allow that our cattle ranchers will be able to get even a better price. But we've been selling cattle, and I could say we've been because I'm also a cattle rancher, my brother and I. So we have been doing that a long time ago, and there was no need for the government to stop that exportation. As I've said, everything that leaves our country is an export. What comes in, well, that's another matter. We looked at that a contraband. And the other point, Madam Speaker, when it comes to the issue of the cattle industry, and this is what has a lot of the cattle ranchers very worried, is that over the years, because Guatemalans were coming over and buying more and more larger numbers of cattle, a lot of cattle ranchers have been investing more in their land, in their pasture, in improving the genetics of the cattle that we have. And we've been doing that. And as an industry, we've been so successful that presently the industry is producing more than 30 times the amount of cattle that we could consume in this country. The only thing we can do is to export. So there was no reason for the government to stop the exportation into Guatemala. Yes, if you ask the Minister of Trade in Guatemala, he'll tell you, no, no, no. But wink, 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 they know that this has been happening for the past 20 years. Okay. So it was really a bad decision that the government has done. And even to today, okay. You know, if a cattle rancher is moving cattle from anywhere part of the country, the police stop them and lock them up.
Honorable Opposition Leader, I think it's a long clarification. So are you almost finished with the clarification?
But it's important to point out because I generally agree with what the Honorable Member from Pixel
That's what I figured you were saying. Yes.
But I'm just making this clarification.
Well, it's a long clarification and it's moving more and more away from
No, not at all. I'm talking about the cattle industry, Madam Speaker. But anyway, Madam Speaker, we're not fighting. We're not a fight. We're not to call each other names, you know, but it's important that we make these clarifications. Okay. With that, Madam Speaker, then I hold my peace and I shall sit down. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Prime Minister?
Madam Speaker, let me participate in the debate. It's a minister who will wrap up, so. But I have a chance to participate, and I particularly wanted to...
I think they got a little bit nervous thinking that you're ending the debate, but the Minister of Natural Resources will end the debate.
You see, again, put out this myth that I'm a minister everything. Minister of Natural Resources.
Go ahead, Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, I particularly wanted to respond to my friend from Lake Eye. And again, if he will allow me to use what is now a fairly shop-worn phrase, but it is still valid. You can't allow the perfect to be the enemy of the good, because we are not able to provide for those who can't pay their rent. We should not provide for breaks to the farmers, all farmers. The bill makes no distinction. The minister has the power to exempt all landholders from the land tax in this time of COVID. So that does not take away from the force of your argument, sir, that maybe we should still try to do something additional, something for the people who have to pay rent. But I would have wanted to suggest a deal with you. Those people who have to pay rent are paying rent to landlords who own the houses, who own the properties, and who in turn have to pay property tax. Why you not get your city council in Belize City to do what we are doing generally and give the people who are property owners some break in their property tax, and then maybe we could say to them, in turn, Mr. Landlord, the city council gave a break in your property tax, you must give the tenant a break in terms of rent. Absolutely. Absolutely. If I'm still here. But then I also, Madam Speaker, wanted to respond to the question of the unemployment relief program. We are moving far more quickly. I just checked on Independence Day. We had approved, we had paid out 20. It's now 25,500 and odd in a few days. So we are moving far more quickly. And your numbers are wrong. It is not some 60-odd thousand, even 50-odd thousand that are to be, in fact, processed and approved in terms of phase 2. And I say this not to quarrel, just to set the facts straight. We'd already said, remember that in phase 1, we had something like 10,000 persons that are the long-term unemployed. This was to have been a quick reaction intervention to relieve people who lost their jobs in consequence of COVID-19. The leader of the opposition, when he was part of the National Oversight Committee, pushed for us to bring in as well longer-term unemployed, and we did so. They are not a part of phase 2, and that's why the numbers of those that are to benefit from phase 2 are going down. But we're not leaving them out in the cold. The longer-term unemployed will now become beneficiaries, recipients of the Boost 2.0 program, the Belize COVID-19 response. That is what the World Bank is funding. The World Bank is giving nothing for the, you talked about the food program. The World Bank is giving nothing for the food program, giving nothing for the unemployment relief program. But it is putting up this $13 million that we will use to put, as I said, the longer-term unemployed on the Belize COVID-19 response conditional cash transfer program. That's what Boost is, conditional cash transfer. Those that were already on it before COVID struck have had their stipends increased. And those that are coming on it will be principally, the process is in train. The World Bank has approved the money, but again, the World Bank wants to see, like all the international agencies, that we are going to be doing the disbursement on a non-political basis. When you said, for example, that in terms of the food rollout, that unless you have some recommendation from a UDP politician, you can't get on the food bank program. Sir, that is absolutely not true. And you can easily check. I said it on Independence Day, I said it before and I will repeat it now. The Auditor General is currently inside, on top of the people working at the Ministry of Human Development that are responsible for processing these applications. So not only would they not try, the members, the personnel at the Ministry of Human Development, any kind of a hanky-panky, certainly not if I were to get to know about it, but even if they wanted to, they can't, because personnel from audit are there on a daily basis. They are embedded. And we welcome that, because we want to make sure from the start, when the leader of the opposition was part of the NOC, he knew that that was my line in the sand. We are not going to have politicians interfere with the distribution of food to poor people in the time of a pandemic. So, please, sir, let us be absolutely clear to repeat that your longer-term unemployed will be taken care of. But when you take away the 10,000 or so of those, what we're looking at for phase 2 is something like 40,000, perhaps 45,000. We've already paid out 25,000. You take away the 10,000, 50-odd thousand applied. You take away the 10,000, and you know how it is. We have to make allowances for the fact that there are some people who apply who run red light, you know. That is as natural to humanity as anything that you can think of. So we expect that those properly approved, everybody will be processed. If you don't qualify, and some of them you're sending wrong name, this making allowances for those sorts of slippages, those sorts of difficulties. you are looking at 40-odd thousand that will qualify in phase 2. And I repeat to you, sir, that we've already paid more than half of the number because we paid out 25,556 today. In terms of the food package program, you said something like $50 million. I think that was the figure you used. That's not what we've gotten. We have more for unemployment relief than for food assistance, you know. As remember, with unemployment relief, first we borrowed the 75 million for unemployment relief. We took 10 out of that to start the food assistance. We are getting 10 million US from the OPEC Fund for International Development. What they do though, they don't send you the money up front. Government has to find the money and then they disburse to us on a reimbursement basis. So recognize that while ultimately we have unlocked these funds from abroad and those funds are of a great big help, that we, despite the collapse in revenue, that we have to find the money, and we have been doing so. And I'm telling you, I cannot stand here and say to you that the way the program is being run is absolutely perfect in terms of speed and in terms of making sure that there is complete coverage of those that properly qualify. But I can tell you that we've done everything to make it go as smoothly and as effectively as possible, to the extent where, I must say I get no trouble with the PSU on it, but we've taken on additional hires on contract so that there is all the personnel necessary to move this thing. And I repeat again, as with the unemployment relief program, the Auditor General is in the Ministry of Human Development. The Auditor General, I don't mean her personally, her staff, also in the Ministry of Labor, again, in both cases, making absolutely certain, looking over the shoulders, checking how the process is being done, looking to ascertain, to see whether in fact recommendations are coming in under the signature of some minister or area representative. I'm not telling you that there aren't slippages, but if there are, those slippages are very few, and we are doing our damnedest, sir, to make absolutely sure that those two programs, unemployment relief and food rollout, operate effectively and with maximum coverage, with the maximum coverage possible, and in a way that will not see the politicians running away with the program. Thank you.
Honorable member from Orange Walk South.
Oh, sorry, well, I guess I'm done. But Lord, I'm wanted.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, how can I not support a bill like this that ease all farmers on taxes? Of course, the farmers in this country are the poorest people today. Even those that you see that come to Belize City with green corn in their pickup to sell green corn today are going back to town with half a load of green corn. From $20 for 100, they're offering $10 per 100 now. Obviously, there's no purchasing power. COVID is here, it's here to stay, and we are seeing the effects of COVID. So I have to support a bill that would ease our farmers in taxes. I have to. But not only that, Madam Speaker, when I heard the member for Pickstock speaking about farmers, I have to remind him that if it would be left up to him, we would have no rice farmers in this country. You know. At the time he was right here. He was very close to me here. And I remember a gentleman getting import license to bring in rice from Guyana. And at the time, he was not only Minister of Foreign Affairs, if I'm not mistaken, he was Attorney General. And he said, we can't do anything to stop the importation of rice because we are signatories to CSME. We had, Madam Speaker, a couple of years ago, 33 rice producers in Orange Walk. Today, we have 7. Simply because agriculture in this country has become extremely difficult, challenging. It's not about making profit. It's not about making money. It's about making profit. How much profit are you making? And can you send your kids to school with the little money you're making? So I have to support this bill. But I can't see how member from Pigstock wants to stand up and talk about agriculture. Like if you love agriculture so much and the farmers so much, the poorest farmers have to go get an attorney, the best attorney in the country, to defend the rice producer. That's how Jack Charles had to throw away rice or carry somewhere else. Thank God. Thank God. So, Madam Speaker, I have to support this bill. But other than that, I don't hear anything about the farmers and loans and the bankers, if any mediation, any negotiation, because I received my letter from DFC, you know. No, my situation is not COVID related, it is drought related. Well, we'll wait for the $2 million. We'll wait for the $2 million yet, man. Which one? Which one? Oh, this is the one that they call the farmers every night, I think. Okay. Well, we need to see that because I start believing in words now, Prime Minister. I have to see the cash. Okay, all right, good. No, Madam Speaker, no, but you see, but this is not only about me, you know. No. Josemai get a letter from DFC, and Mark Josemai, you know, Mark Josemai and farmers, Mark Josemai, and I in arrears $4,200 for my sugar cane, where I only deliver 50% of my quota. And this is money from the accompanying measures, so I believe that government must do something, not only for me, you know, but for the general population of the farmers out there that owe a lot of money. The farmers from Indian Creek came to me the other day, a group of them, and they're saying, Mr. Mai, DFC, tell me they want foreclose. Foreclose the term? Or they want action them. I said, what about action Indian Creek? That's a big community. He said, well, they came to us and they said, if we not pay with loans, and they have 3 loans, I think, one of 2 million, one of so much million, and one of 600,000. They owe a lot of money. And these people are all grain producers. They produce good one year, drought come in next year and they fail. The following year they produce good. But 3 out of 5 years is failure for them. So taxes and easing the taxes is wonderful, Madam Speaker. But let us now look at how the banks can ease these farmers. This is what we have to do, Madam Speaker. And I agree, we need to start to produce more that we consume in this country. We need to look at our dairy production. We need to export all the beef we have. You cannot refer to the farmers or refer to them or allege that they are money launderers. The biggest money laundering is happening right now in 2 of the free zones, you know. And the things going across, not produced in Belize. They come from India, and from Pakistan, and from China. Our beef is born here, raised here, grain-fed, and exported. There was no need to close down the border. We could have run 2 parallel markets. The formal and the informal, if you so want to speak. If somebody said on Facebook, some smart supporter of the government, well, we don't need to export, we can eat the beef. Well, we have to eat beef for 17 years every day.
Honourable Member, that has been elaborated by
so
the opposition leader.
I want to end my intervention with that, Madam Speaker.
We want to get back to the land tax amendment.
I support the idea of tax relief, but I also want to ask the government to intervene with the banks to help the farmers. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Member from Sand Creek West.
Madam Speaker, likewise, I come from an agriculture-based society, and I want to welcome the relief for the farmers, but unfortunately, there is not many small farmers now in the Sand Creek West constituency, especially when it comes to citrus. The big banana farmers will welcome the relief because you know some of the farms got affected by Hurricane Nana. But I want to, while the Minister of Natural Resources is here to closing off this debate, one of the major concerns, and I think he is well aware, in both Stann Creek and Toledo, while the small man wants to farm, he cannot pay the cost to survey the land. And I think in 1995, the survey department was abolished. And since then, 75% of the people doing farming in the Stann Creek and Toledo district are people that just go and cut a plantation and plant.
Honorable Member, I just want to remind you that that was discussed already in this House. And in terms of land surveying, just a second please, and just ask you to continue, but just be aware that that was fully elaborated.
This is in relation to the bill, Madam Speaker. I'm telling him how these small people will not benefit from the relief. I heard the Prime Minister talk about $8 million US from World Bank to assist farmers. I don't know how that will benefit the farmers in the south. When NEMO went around and do their assessment and their survey, I still want to know what will happen because these small farmers are coming to me and asking what relief or what assistance we are going to get. But I cannot answer them as the elected representative for the particular region, and so there's a concern. So, Madam Speaker, in closing, while the Prime Minister was able to elaborate on the food project program outside of the debate, I want to make mention of a few things. He mentioned that it is non-political. I have evidence on my phone to prove that it is political. Because there's a group of people going around in red shirts in my constituency and telling my voters or my constituents that you can benefit from this food program if we get your names. And unfortunately, they're not going to every homes, so they are figuring who will vote red from who will vote blue. And no matter who rich from who poor, just depends on your political persuasion. And so, Madam Speaker, I think the Prime Minister needs to get a grip of what is happening, because while he might say he'll get a report from the Ministry of Human Development, the report is not correct, it is wrong. Okay. And I want to show you what is being given to these people. I have a picture of a butler cooking oil, 2 pounds of beans, and 2 pounds of flour. That is 1 meal for a family.
Honourable Member, that is not the debate.
Yes, I said, Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister was saying the same thing.
Matter. Yes, but that he was clarifying.
I'm clarifying likewise.
Please, no.
So I'm saying that
stay with the debate,
if any assistance should come to the small farmers and to the people of Belize, I expect that they will see that it comes to them and they're able to benefit them and to improve what they are planting. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Honourable Member from Kyle South.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker.
Good afternoon.
Madam Speaker, there is no way as a rural representative that I cannot agree with the bill that's being proposed. But I just want some clarifications from the Prime Minister when it pertains to some statements that he recently made. I'm kind of confused. At the end of his tenure, which hopefully is today, he is speaking highly of the Auditor General and her role and what she is supposed to be doing and how important she is and how he feels comfortable because her team is analyzing every move and every step that the pertinent ministries that he spoke about are doing. But if that's the case, why did he not listen to the Auditor General in the 12 years of his tenure? But Madam Speaker, he is the guy that is saying that the Auditor General has a job to do.
Yes.
And at the same time, he doesn't allow the Auditor General's report to be ventilated in public, one. He doesn't listen to any recommendation that the Auditor General gives to. He doesn't allow the PAC committee to function because his minions that are in the committee have to follow his instructions and no reports are given. Those are facts, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Member, though, just want to bring you back to the substantive debate, and
It's a clarification of what the Prime Minister said in the debate, and I think it is
You could
important.
have gotten up at that time, but we have passed that.
We
Please
can't
get
pass
to the
when it pertains to
substantive.
accountability and
Right?
transparency.
Yeah,
We can't go past when erroneous statements are being made. We can't go past when hypocritical statements are being made. We cannot go
Member.
past the truth.
Kindly.
So my question to the Prime Minister,
Just a minute.
can you tell me why
Honourable
don't you
Member.
listen to the Auditor General's report?
Honorable Member,
Yes, ma'am.
kindly get back to the land tax amendment. If
I
not,
said I
wait
am in
until
agreement
you
with
can
the land tax amendment,
present
but
those
during
issues.
the debate, the Prime Minister alluded that he is so happy that the Auditor General is in the ministries analyzing the work that's being done.
He's talking about a clarification.
Thank you.
I did not tell him anything about being so happy, you know. I made the point that the Auditor General is there. They're on top of the personnel in both ministries. And so you and the public should take some comfort from that fact. That's all I said.
Okay.
How can we take comfort, Madam Speaker, when the Prime Minister's government has never, ever listened to the recommendations given by the Auditor General?
Honourable Member, I think you've made your point. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And that is for the Prime Minister to analyze when he goes to sleep tonight.
Thank you. Minister, would like to close the debate, please.
Madam Speaker, in closing, I just wanted to make one clarification. In reference to the presentation made by the member from Lake Independence, when we passed late last year the land tax, the partial remission of arrears act, at no point in time did that specify that we would have written 90 million in taxes. In my presentation at the time, Madam Speaker, I made it abundantly clear that what was owed to the government at the time was the sum was to the tune of $90 million. That act at the time was designed as a mere incentive in the first instance, so that for those who came in and applied for the program, you were given a discount of 25% in the principal of what is owed and a waiver in the interest. For those who applied and which was minimal, they automatically got the 25% discount and the interest written off. For those who did not pay, that did not mean that your taxes were written off. That is there, and I had indicated at the time that the Lands Department, the system that we operate, is designed just like a bank. Interest is accumulated monthly. The only difference is that the system of collection at the Lands Department is not that efficient, Madam Speaker, so that we don't operate like a bank in collecting the interest or the payments due, but it keeps on accumulating, so that whenever a landowner goes into the Lands Department and you look at what he or she owes, you would realize that 50% or a bit more of what you owe is actually interest that has accrued over time, so that this program merely was designed for them to come in. I had indicated at the time as well that the second step would have been for us to move legislation for the Lands Department to actually have teeth, for us to be able to go after those large landowners. When you look at the structure of what is owed, Madam Speaker, you would have some 70 or 75% of the landowners who are small landowners. The remainder would have been the large owners of huge tracts of land. When you look at what is actually the figures, those 75% of small landowners represent a minimal amount of what is owed. So that those handful of landowners owed a huge part of the bill. And that is the reason that we would have moved as a second instance to actually go in and get those large landowners to come in and settle with us, basically asking them, look, let's settle for land in lieu of taxes owed. In the event that in the event that these landowners do not come in, then they actually would have the legal backup to actually and go after those landowners. When you look at this system that we have in place, this is just another relief that this government is putting. Madam Speaker, the United Nations made it very clear that this pandemic has actually caused the longest recession that this world has seen. So that countries have to adapt based on their local criteria to come up with ways in which you are going to assist our population. What we are doing now, Madam Speaker, this system is targeted principally to those in the productive sector. We're talking about the rice farmers, we're talking about the banana farmers, we're talking about for those who have shrimp, we're talking about those who produce corn, we're talking about the cattle farmers, and of course, it is dear to me, we're talking about the sugarcane farmers as well. When you look at what the program is designed to do, Madam Speaker, it's actually provide that relief so that that money that will be saved will allow for these people to actually to reinvest back into their farms. I think the Prime Minister was very adamant and clear that this pandemic has caused a huge hole in our finances, but that doesn't stop us from coming up with creative ways of actually giving something back to our people. The relief does not stop with the farmers only. The relief is designed for those people who have small tracts of land. It talks about those farmers who actually have 1 acre or 2 acre parcels or 5 acre parcels. When you look at what the member of Stan Creek West brought, his claim was that his farmers in Stan Creek would not actually qualify for the program. And why would they not qualify? Because they legally don't own a piece of land. I just want to clarify that whenever you do not have a legal document indicating that you are the owner of such parcel of land, that land belongs to the government of Belize, which means that that land is not taxable, which means that the person occupying that land, in essence, is basically just utilizing the land without having to pay. Those people automatically would not qualify. And so, Madam Speaker, as we speak right now, the system is being designed to be user-friendly. It does not mean that it is going to be automatic. It means that people will have to come in and apply. The application will be user-friendly, and the application will be twofold. For those who prefer to come into our offices here in Belmopan or in the districts, you can come in and apply as a consequence of COVID-19. We have naturally the fear of some people not wanting to come into the lands department. And so for that, we will have an online application process. I can say today that the priority in that list will be our farmers. It doesn't stop anybody from applying, but I want to leave that clear this afternoon, that the backbone of our economy, those in the productive sectors, will be the ones to actually benefit firsthand. And so that is the message that I want to bring across. Thank you.
Honourable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Land Tax Act, Chapter 58 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to empower the minister to remit land tax where there is the spread of an infectious disease and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a second time. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. The ayes have it.
The bill for an act to amend the Land Tax Act, Chapter 58 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to empower the minister to remit land tax where there is the spread of an infectious disease and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs. Radiation Bill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I move the second reading of a bill for an act to provide for the safe, secure, and peaceful uses of nuclear technology for the establishment of a regulatory body for that purpose, to be known as the Radiation Safety and Security Office, and for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to provide for the safe, secure, and peaceful uses of nuclear technology for the establishment of a regulatory body for that purpose, to be known as the Radiation Safety and Security Office, and for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. The ayes have it.
The bill for an act to provide for the safe use, for the safe, secure, and peaceful uses of nuclear technology, for the establishment of a regulatory body for that purpose, to be known as the Radiation Safety and Security Office, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Committee of the Whole House on Bills.
Honorable members, the House will now resolve into a committee of the whole House to consider the bills that were read a second time. Members of the gallery are asked to leave at this time during the portion of the sitting.
Bills for third reading.
I recognize the Right Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole has considered the Immigration Amendment Number 2 bill and passed it without amendment. I now move the third reading of that bill.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Immigration Act, Chapter 156 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, in relation to the movement of nationals of Caribbean community states, provide for the expansion of the definition of dependent to include spouses and dependents of nationals, the inclusion of new definitions, the clarification of the periods of automatic and indefinite stay for nationals of Caribbean community states, the inclusion of Haiti to the list of qualifying Caribbean community states, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a third time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. The ayes have it.
The bill for an act to amend the Immigration Act, Chapter 156 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, in relation to the movement of nationals of Caribbean community state, to provide for the expansion of the definition of dependent to include spouses and dependents of the national, the inclusion of new definitions, the clarification of the period of automatic and indefinite stay for nationals of Caribbean community states, the inclusion of Haiti in the list of qualifying Caribbean community states, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole has considered the Caribbean Community Free Movement of Skilled Persons Amendment Bill 2020 and passed it without amendment. I now move the third reading of that bill.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Caribbean Community Free Movement of Skilled Persons Act, Chapter 17.2 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to make provision in the interest of administrative and operational efficiency for the inclusion of new definitions and the expansion of existing definitions, for the inclusion of new categories of approved persons, among other things, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a third time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. The ayes have it.
The bill for an act to amend the Caribbean Community Free Movement of Skilled Persons Act, Chapter 1702 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to make provisions in the interest of administrative and operational efficiency for inclusions of new definition and the expansion of existing definitions, for the inclusion of new categories of approved person, among other things, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole has considered the Cybercrime Bill 2020 and passed it without amendment. I now move the third reading of that bill.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to combat cybercrime by creating offenses of cybercrime, to provide for penalties, investigation and prosecution of the offenses of cybercrime, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a third time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. The ayes have it.
The bill for an act to combat cybercrime by creating offenses of cybercrime and to provide for penalties, investigation and prosecution of the offenses of cybercrime, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, I rise to report that the Committee of the House, the whole House, has considered the Defense Amendment Bill 2020 and passed it without amendment. I now move the third reading of that bill.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Defense Act, Chapter 135 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to update the provisions of bringing them into conformity with the Belize Constitution and other laws, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a third time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. The ayes have it.
The bill for an act to amend the Defense Act, Chapter 135 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to update the provisions of bringing them into conformity with the Belize Constitution and other law, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole has considered the representation of the People Amendment Bill 2020 and passed it without amendment. I now move the third reading of that bill.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Representation of the People's Act, Chapter 9 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to extend the time for the restriction of the sale of intoxicating liquor on Election Day, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a third time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. The ayes have it.
The bill for an act to amend the Representation of People Act, Chapter 9 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to extend the time for the restriction of the sale of intoxicating liquor on Election Day, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
Deputy Prime Minister, Minister of Natural Resources.
Madam Speaker, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Land Tax Amendment Bill 2020 and passed it without amendment. I now move the third reading of that bill.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Land Tax Act, Chapter 58 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to empower the minister to remit land tax where there is a spread of an infectious disease, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a third time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. The ayes have it.
The bill for an act to amend the Land Tax Act, Chapter 58 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to empower the minister to remit land tax where there is the spread of an infectious disease, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Madam Speaker, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Radiation Safety and Security Bill 2020 and passed it without amendment. I now move the third reading of that bill.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to provide for the safe, secure, and peaceful uses of nuclear technology, for the establishment of a regulatory body for that purpose, to be known as the Radiation Safety and Security Office, and for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a third time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. The ayes have it.
The bill for an act to provide for the safe, secure, and peaceful use of nuclear technology, for the establishment of a regulatory body for that purpose, to be known as the Radiation Safety and Security Office, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, I move that the House do now adjourn.
Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. If we were to listen to the rumor mill, it seems that probably today might be the last House meeting for this 5-year term. I say if we hear to the rumor mills, I'm not saying it is like that. Give me an opportunity, Madam Speaker, to thank the voters of Orange Walk Central who had given me the opportunity to represent them these past 5 years. It is a great privilege for me to represent them, and God willing, I will get their support once again whenever the elections are called. But Madam Speaker, the real issue I want to raise is an issue of the level of abuse, and probably verging on issue of corruption in the Ministry of Human Development and Social Transformation. I say this, Madam Speaker, because yesterday I got a bunch of payments that have been issued by the Ministry of Human Development, to payments made to the minister and to members of his family, totaling $1.5 million. Now, I could stay here all day reading line by line all the payments, but I will just hone into one or two aspects of it. I see that
you're not calling names, right? The opposition.
Have I called any names?
No, I'm just cautioning.
No, I do not
because
intend
once
to
we
call.
start it, it becomes a real problem.
I do not intend to call any names, Madam Speaker. I see one member of the minister's family gotten 90 payments for rent of $7,760, $5,335, 90 payments in just a little over a 5-year span. What I find most interesting, though, Madam Speaker, is that the minister also got 86 payments for rent, totaling $568,859.85. The other family member got $586,329.55. Now, what I find strange in the payments from the ministry, it is all for rentals. What buildings or what it is, it doesn't state. But I remember, and I went into Google is a wonderful thing, Madam Speaker, and it allowed me to go into Channel 5's website. When on November 9th, 2016, Jules Vasquez asked the minister, he said, is the Ministry of Department of Social Services renting from its minister? The honorable member, the minister, said, the building is in the roundabout. The building's fortunate for me. The building is for my daughter. Now, fine, that's okay. But now we find out that his same ministry is also renting from him too. And both of them are getting the exact same amount of rent. Both of them.
Honorable Opposition Leader, you want to tell the House what document you're using so that they can know?
Madam Speaker, I can give you a copy if you wish. These are all documents from the Ministry of Human Development and Social Transformation. I have give me a name and I'll whistle. Operational costs, payment for communication, rental payments. I mean, I could read them all out to you, Madam Speaker. I mean, $1.5 million paid to members and the Minister of Human Development and Social Transformation, Madam Speaker. And as I said, he went on record to say that he is not renting to the ministry that he controls, that he represents.
Honorable members, kindly.
He said to Jules Vasquez that it was not him, it's a family member of his. But now we find out that both the family member and himself are collecting rent for the exact same amount, Madam Speaker. One family member is $7,760, and the minister is collecting $7,760. The next member, $5,335, the family member, and he is collecting $5,335, the exact same thing. It makes you wonder what's going on. He was on record to say that he is not renting his premises to the Ministry of Human Development and Social Transformation. I am not going to go into all of the details, Madam Speaker, because it could be, we could be here all evening, and I don't want to do that. But it is so bad, that his ministry is paying him $4,000 for sporting events in the Port Loyola constituency, January, February, March, April, May, June, July, August, September, 9 months. And during COVID. Yes, there's no sporting activity during COVID because you cannot have any kind of contact sports. More importantly, I checked with our representative in Port Loyola.
Madam Speaker.
Gilbert.
I am a member of this house, you know, and then the man they can't distort, they don't have no information about me collecting no $4,000 from my ministry.
Honorable.
I have to tell you about the power go that Ghana.
Honorable member, you have a point of order?
See right here, Madam Speaker?
No.
This is by vendors. This is for in
No,
his
this
name,
has
Madam
not,
Speaker.
I cannot look at anything that has not been tabled in the House. So we've got to be very careful, please. And furthermore, we have to be very careful because of the standing order that prevents us from impugning improper
Community, the
motives.
sport, February, $4,000. Payment for community sports for February 2020. Payment for sports, January.
Honorable members,
that is the point of
just
order.
a minute, please.
If you give me a break, I will make the point of order. Madam Speaker, the leader of the opposition is reading from some documents. I don't know if you have any idea as to the authenticity or otherwise. I don't know if he would have arranged beforehand to show you some stamp or some seal. But far more importantly, he is making a case, leveling a charge against the Minister of Housing. Which charge amounts to a charge of corruption. You would need to have brought a substantive motion in order to do that.
I agree.
That's simple.
I agree with that.
Yes, Madam Speaker.
I agree with that. So please don't refer to anything that you have there
I'm
because
sorry?
really it has not been tabled in the House as a
Madam
motion.
Speaker, how can I table this when I just got it yesterday? And
no,
it is
but then
important, Madam Speaker. These are government records. These are government records.
Authenticated. Sorry.
Government records stating that he and his family members collected from his ministry
No, I
to the
think
tune
so.
of $1.5 million.
Honorable opposition leader, I think you have made your point. I think that I will have the point of order to stand because even regardless of who is sitting in here, that is the standing operating procedures. If you have to bring a substantial
This is not the
motion.
first time that
You've
anybody
got
has
to.
brought records
No,
from the government, Madam
you
Speaker.
have,
It has happened all
honestly,
the time.
I certainly have not seen the documents, member, and so I don't want to become
Could you show me where is the standing order,
in
Madam
that.
Speaker? Where is the section?
The standing,
The standing
orders,
order?
clear,
Where is,
the
Madam
standing
Speaker?
orders are clear on those matters.
Could you read me the section, Madam Speaker, of the standing orders?
I have to read you the standing order that speaks to impunity.
Yes, because
improper
I
motives.
haven't
No,
seen it.
member, I'm not going to read
I
you
haven't
the standing
seen
order.
that.
If the Prime Minister could just direct us, he's the one that raised the point of order. What point of order number is that? What's the
Cannot
number?
impugn the conduct of a member of the House.
That's
except
different.
you do
You're
that's-
saying something about documents now, man.
I
That's a
start-
different point of
No, no,
order. But the
listen,
one that you say we
listen,
can't bring documents to the House, which point of order is that?
I wanted to defer to you earlier, you know, but you're making it very difficult.
Time to
because-
run down each other, Prime Minister, at the end.
But anyway, I prefaced my objection by saying that, number one, we have no assurance of any authenticity of the documentation that the honorable leader of the opposition is waving about. But I said, and the standing order that's being violated is the standing order that proscribes bringing the integrity of any member of the House into question, except you do so by way of a substantive motion.
That is the standing order. So kindly proceed, but we can't continue with those documents. You've got to make your point.
Madam
Remember?
Speaker, have I accused the
which
Minister
one is
of
35?
Social
I was looking
Transformation
for it.
to do a corrupt act? All I am stating the fact that he and his family got $1.5 million from the ministry over the past 5 years, and we have the documents here to be seen. It's up to him if he wants to decide if that is corrupt or not. I'm stating that in 2016...
I hear you, Honorable Opposition Leader. I'm trying to find the standing order that tells you, but you have to bring it in a substantive... just a minute, please. Yeah. There is... What is the standing order that tells you that you have to bring it? I don't make it in notes.
No, official, sir.
Because...
That's a photocopy of a standing order. Boots, am I getting money or not? Just answer the question. All right. Just tell me.
Honorable Member, this is the House of Representatives. Kindly keep it down.
Not for me.
I know how the sack's full of now.
It's not that. 29. Just kindly hold it down. I'll be with you in a minute. Yes, that's what I said. Okay, let's proceed. It comes, I still can't put my hands on it. That tells you that you have to bring it in a substantive motion, but nevertheless, it's under privileges. You could have raised those if you wanted to, for me to have those documents ahead of time. I'm still allowing you to proceed without imputing improper motives and definitely not making and sharing those documents that have not been authenticated by the House. Thank you, Opposition Leader. I think you would appreciate those comments.
That's a first, Madam Speaker. I
No,
must
it's
tell
not.
you.
No, it's not.
The point that I am making here, Madam Speaker, is that here we have large amounts of monies that have been paid out. We have the documentation, we have the records, and if they wish, then we can go to the ministry and let the CEO tell us if this is fabricated or not, because this is a real deal, Madam Speaker. Here we have, at a time of need, during this pandemic, look at this. Let me get back. Also, about 2 years ago, honorable member from Orange Rock South, that the farmers went through a drought. And we promised that they were going to assist the farmers, the cane farmers up in the north. And they got zero. They got nothing. The honorable member from Leka is pointing out that we have a lot of people in need, even before COVID-19. We had problems.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much. 29.
We have been going through a very difficult time. Monies that could have been used to help our farmers, to help people going through a difficult time through COVID-19, scholarships to young people, scholarships to teach them to students in Orange Walk Central. There's so much that could have been done with a lot of this money. And I believe, Madam Speaker, that simply that is unacceptable, where there's an obvious conflict of interest in the ministry. Is Jules Vasquez the journalist that brought it up to his attention? Is there a conflict? And he said that there's no conflict and that he is not renting. Yet now the records are showing that he has also been collecting rent from the same ministry that he works for or represents. And that is the point that I'm trying to make.
Is there a point of order?
May I refer, in making the point of order, to contents of speeches?
Yes.
Order rule
It's
number
38. 38, yeah. I referred the member to 38 already.
You did, Madam Speaker, where you said no member shall impute improper motives to any other member of either chamber. 8, the conduct of Her Majesty and members of the royal family, Governor General, the Speaker, the President of the Senate, members of the National Assembly, judges and other persons engaged in the administration of justice shall not be raised except upon a substantive motion moved for the purpose. You'd talk about conflict of interest on the part of the member. You'd raise the question of his conduct. You're imputing improper motives, but generally you're raising the question of his conduct, and to do that you can, but you should have brought a substantive motion. That's all I'm saying.
So, same.
You would say so. I want to know too, you know, but you should have done the thing the proper way, man.
Standing order 38 is it. So,
Madam Speaker, I will not continue the back and forth. I think that I have
that's advisable.
made my point. I think that, you know, more and more we're seeing more of these things coming out where we have seen abuses happening in the different ministries, Madam Speaker. And I think that the Prime Minister, you totally right, Prime Minister, maybe you need to do an investigation about what has happened and what continues to happen in that ministry. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you too.
Speaker, let me set the record
Minister,
straight.
yes.
I, Honorable Anthony Boots Martinez, rent no building and collect no money for no ministry. For me, I straightforward, just like how you see. And then you need to understand the leader of the opposition, you used to be in a government. The community vote, where they refer to, that got you through each ministry, and you get it through the National Assembly. You have the same thing. You get the same thing every month. The same thing every month you get.
Honorable Minister, just bring it
That's
down
all I'm
bit.
saying. So, at the end of the day, I make me set the record straight, you know, remember him in the talk, kind of thing, you know, there is no record, Madam Speaker, of the ministry or government paying me any money for any rental of premises. So, they better get that out of the head, because when you talk about corruption, none of my family member, no go in prison for drugs. So we don't depend that at all. So only impute motive and so no look for me, look for no family. Apart from that, you talk about you involved with Shell, you know, sir. We make millions of dollars for government, you know, sir.
Okay, Honorable Minister, just...
So I just need them to be careful. I know they throat nothing well, and then let a lie when they talk about me, brother, sister, with their lie and self.
Honorable Minister,
one want to look good, you see.
Thank you,
no work
Minister.
like that.
Thank you, Minister.
But when he was going through the stop sign, I am sorry, I need to defend me, and I need to defend my character. And he got far. And like what I say again, no family member of mine have ever been arrested and charged and convicted, and nothing worse. You will look for yourself, sir. Look for you and your family, sir. That's the first thing you need to look for, and that is the fact. Imputing your father in jail for drugs, you.
Honorable Member of Caribbean Shores.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker.
Honorable members.
Madam Speaker.
Yes.
I rise to make a contribution this afternoon on an issue of national importance, and I suspect the Prime Minister may want to rise on this one. We have to end big, PM. We have to go out fighting, no? Blazing. It was all fun and all this morning, Madam Speaker, but the issue is the awarding of the contract, the exclusive contract, Bolido contract, to Brads. And I know, Madam Speaker, on the last occasion, if I may just make a few remarks, the last occasion the Prime Minister raised a point of order, and I'm clarifying now, that matter has already been debated. And let me clarify, Madam Speaker, that matter has never one day been debated in this House. My learned friend, the member for Lake Independence, raised it on an adjournment. My friend from Kaya South raised it as an issue of urgent importance on the adjournment. And today, I am raising it as a point of national importance on the adjournment. So this is no debate.
Speaker, but Madam
This is not a debate, Mr. Prime Minister.
No.
But it
You-
was.
the-
Bill is this.
Yes.
I'm not understanding. This came up already in the last
Madam
time.
Speaker, but there
So what
is
why would
information,
this-
you see, Madam Speaker, on the
Just
last
a minute,
occasion,
honorable member, was this not completely
Not at all.
discussed in the last debate?
not at all. The
on
Prime Minister
adjournment?
left these chambers, Madam Speaker, right outside those doors and gave an interview. And that is the basis of my rising today, because he said in that interview, Mr. Prime Minister, this was after that, if my son is a part of the company that was awarded the contract, I don't know what that has to do with the price of rice. You remember that, Mr. Prime Minister?
Madam Speaker,
Honorable.
I wonder if, I know you were a nurse and not an English language teacher, but the misunderstanding on that side seems to be that when the standing orders speak about a debate, it is talking exclusively about a general debate on the budget or on a bill. There's nothing that so limits the meaning of the word, Mr. Member for Caribbean Shores. And I see the standing order as being absolutely clear in terms, again, of contents of speeches. You're looking to make a speech. It shall be out of order to attempt or revive in any debate a matter or reconsider any specific question upon which the House has already come to a conclusion during the current session, except upon a substantive motion for rescission. Madam Speaker is right. Twice this matter has been brought up. In one case, the member for Lake Independence spoke. The Minister of State for Trade answered. Last week it was brought up by yourself or by Julius, sorry, by the Honorable Member for Kaya South. I don't remember. But it was dealt with. You simply can't raise it again, man.
We can't.
Madam Speaker,
You can,
is
outside of the
fresh
House,
information.
outside, but it doesn't matter. You're talking about.
You said it doesn't pertain to your ministry, and
Madam,
I'm telling you it
Madam
does.
Madam Speaker, the member got up and said, I want to speak on a matter of urgent importance. The exclusive contract for Brads, that has been discussed here twice, sir.
It was
You can't revive it.
elaborated in the last meeting, unless you have something else that you want to speak to.
Yes, Madam Speaker, that
Not
is what...
relating to
Madam
that
Speaker,
particular
thank you for
issue.
allowing me to speak on another topic then, since I'm not allowed to speak about the Brad's Bolido
No,
contract.
you're not allowed to, member.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, sitting here in the House today, and let me take the opportunity, like the Leader of the Opposition, to thank the good people of Caribbean Shores for entrusting me over the last 5 years to be their representatives. I'm very grateful, I'm humbled by their vote of confidence in me, and like the Leader of the Opposition, it is my hope that we will be on that side of the House in a few days. Madam Speaker, the issue of urgent national importance that I would like to raise having had the opportunity to reflect on this side of the House for 5 years, is the issue of nepotism in government and how dangerous it is, Madam Speaker. The Prime Minister once said in an interview, I don't know if it was Channel 5 or 7, that nepotism is not corruption. Those were his words. But I can tell you, Madam Speaker, having sat on this side of the House and watched all the transactions that have taken place, each and every budget debate that I come to this House, and I go to the Ministry of Finance and I find in their spending, in their expenditures, that little category that says legal and administrative fees. Every year, Madam Speaker, since I have been here, it has been $5 million plus in legal and administrative fees. Now we have an Attorney General's ministry, Madam Speaker, that's supposed to have conduct of all cases for the government. But what we have seen over the last 5 years, or rather I should say 10 years, because even before I was elected, since 2008, we know that the favorite attorney for the government was Lois Young Barrow. That was the first term government. Millions of dollars paid out to the ex-wife of the Prime Minister, Madam Speaker. Very taxing on our treasury, on our money, Madam Speaker. The country's coffers, very taxing, very costly, because it all surrounded cases involving a fight between the Prime Minister and Lord Michael Ashcroft. And I am absolutely no fan of Lord Michael Ashcroft, Madam Speaker. But any 1, 2, 3 liar could have told you that if you're going to take somebody's property, you will have to pay for it. That's what the law says. You will have to compensate him for it. So I don't understand why we had to pay out tens of millions of dollars for a very minor law, very easy law to understand. The Constitution says that, you know. You can't arbitrarily deprive someone of their property, but the Prime Minister nonetheless engaged his family members, because after Lois Young Barrow, it was Brother Dennis. Again, I've seen wire transfers. I'm not going to table any motion, but I've seen wire transfers up to $5 million to Brother Dennis, Madam Speaker. And other family members who are lawyers have benefited from this administration giving them private legal contracts. None of those were ever put out to tender, Madam Speaker. Or I might have apply, I might have go on the job then, who knows, back in the day. Not qualify, and I name Barrow, he's right. You have to name Barrow. So, Madam Speaker, over the years we have lost tens of millions of dollars unnecessarily. And I want to disagree with the Prime Minister when he says that nepotism is not corruption. It absolutely is corruption. It has cost us so much money over the years. And we see where the Prime Minister last week said that he doesn't care who got that contract, Madam Speaker, for Bolido. He doesn't care. What does that have to do with the price of rice? And he said that he's not the minister responsible for the Lotteries Commission, but he is. He's the Minister of Finance, Madam Speaker. And all I wanted to say was that, and I'm not going to call any names, Madam Speaker, but his son is affiliated with that company that was awarded that contract, and he should have known as the Minister of Finance. He should have known, Madam Speaker, because the Lotteries Control Act...
I'm sorry, member, if we can't move beyond that, on to your next point, I'll have to ask you to sit
Madam
down.
Speaker,
Do
the
not,
point that
I
I'm
have
raising
already
is
ruled on
nepotism
that.
by the Prime Minister, whether it's legal fees or awarding his son a contract for Bolido. It is all nepotism. It is all costing the Belizean people. It all matters to us, especially in a time
Honorable
of COVID.
member, you are aware that I had asked you not to speak to what that
Madam
already
Speaker,
debated.
but I
So
am
just
speaking-
move on, because you said that you were speaking to the issue of nepotism and corruption. I have already asked you not
Yes,
to
Madam
address
Speaker. I am
anything that
guided
has
by
to
your
do
instruction.
with Brad.
But the point, Madam Speaker, is that first it was legal fees, tens of millions, and now it's hundreds of millions of dollars in a contract for Bolido, man. This is totally unacceptable, Madam Speaker. And all I'm saying is that the Prime Minister cannot escape his responsibility as the Minister of Finance. You can't say, I don't care, I don't know that who owned the company, man. That's not enough. It's not enough, Madam Speaker. And he ought to have known that his son was the owner of that company. And all my point is, Madam Speaker, let us from this day forward consider nepotism corruption, because it is, Madam Speaker. And it has cost the Belizean people. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Prime Minister?
Madam Speaker, I did, I'm sure, at some point, make the declaration that what is commonly referred to as nepotism is not ipso facto, since you're a lawyer, or getting there, corruption. That what is corruption is if somebody in a position of authority gives some appointment to a family member when that family member is not qualified for the appointment. If somebody in a position of authority awards a contract to a family member not on the basis of merit, but simply because the person in authority is trying to advantage that family member, that is indeed nepotism. This is not just my understanding of the word, my common sense understanding, because what I'm saying must be crystal clear. This is a matter that has been legally determined. There was, long before you ever dreamed of getting into politics, a time when I was the Attorney General of this country. And in fact, the government did retain my brother to do a case in court. And on appeal, that issue was brought up by the other side, whether something could be made of the fact that I was the Attorney General and the lawyer representing the government was my brother. And the Court of Appeal said that's absolute nonsense. He's a lawyer, he's a very good lawyer. The fees that were paid were in accordance with the professional schedule of fees. That could not be nepotism. Let me make what I'm saying even clearer by citing an example that's much closer to home for you. When your father made your brother the head of niche, was that nepotism, sir? I didn't see it as nepotism. We never complained because your brother is an artist. He's a legitimate artist. He clearly is very knowledgeable about culture and arts. And so he got that job based on merit. You cannot have a situation in which family members of politicians will be excluded from any chance at bidding for public contracts simply because they are family members of people in the government. You've got to look at each case. What the leader of the opposition was trying to say earlier, if it had been true, then you could perhaps make a case concerning nepotism. But you can never say to me in a way that will persuade me in the slightest that the government of Belize, in dealing with the nationalization of BTL, which nationalization I continue to say is perhaps the best thing this administration ever did. Of course we knew we would have to pay. We would have had to pay. And that's why I tell you, in terms of the arbitration and the award that was made, which was far less than the owner was asking for, that was a fair price, and we paid the price. In terms of the legal fees earned by my brother, again, shades of that earlier case about which I spoke. My brother, and I didn't want to stop you because I didn't want anybody to get the impression I'm trying to shut you down. You should never have raised his name either. He is on the Caribbean Court of Justice, the highest court in this country. Absolutely not revered, but admired and always pointed to as one of the best legal minds in the entire region. You don't get to, well, let me put it this way. You would never ever be able to get on the Caribbean Court of Justice. You have to be, no, you're a business, you're another. You have to be specially gifted. You have to have distinguished yourself in a way that makes you nonpareil. And that's what my brother did. And that didn't happen overnight. He didn't get on the Caribbean Court of Justice because from one day to the next he became brilliant. He was brilliant from the very start. And government, in my view, had a duty going up against the lawyers for the previous owners of BTL to get the very best. Before him, I got my ex-wife, who also was known in Belize by even her opponents politically as an excellent lawyer, a first-class lawyer, worker bee, who always distinguished herself at the bar. Those things can't be nepotism. You know very well that the Attorney General's ministry simply cannot handle the entire legal workload of the government when it comes to litigation. So, sir, I am sorry that if indeed this is the last House meeting, that you and I have to part on these terms. But I'm not particularly upset. I think, you see, earlier, again, who was it? The leader of the opposition who was very chivalrous in doing something. I tried earlier to be kind to you, sir, to tell you that as of now, I was prepared to defer to you in matters legal, but you couldn't seek to respond in kind. You had to go low, obliging me, if I'm going to borrow a page from Michelle Obama's book, to go high. But I won't. Make a tell you something. I born a canal side, you know. So when you want to go low, I could go lower. But I won't. Madam Speaker, I will merely leave with you something that's far from original and something that I have used before that I was certainly hoping I would not have to employ again, especially not on this day, since it may well be the last sitting of this session of the National Assembly. I know I get into the back and forth with you in any prolonged fashion on the basis of that simple adage that we all know so well. You know, it has to do with the porcine species. I'm sure you know what the porcine species is. Simple, earthy, pithy phrase, Madam Speaker. Never wrestle with a pig. You both get dirty, but the pig likes it. I refuse to wrestle.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to speak on a matter of national importance, and it has to do, Madam Speaker, with the, I would say, negative developments in the cattle industry. Maybe negative development is an oxymoron, just like sustainable development. But Madam Speaker, before I continue, like some of my colleagues, if this is the last House meeting, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the good people of Cayo Northeast who have supported me throughout the last 5 years and who I am certain will get me back to represent them in this House of Representatives. Madam Speaker, before I continue, I heard the honorable member from Pickstock talking a little bit about agriculture, mentioning the fact that in his district or somewhere in Belize, people were selling watermelons for as low as 30 cents a pound. What he doesn't know is that in Cayo, it went as low as 10 cents a pound. And there were a few days in Spanish Lookout where 3 trucks parked full of watermelons and people were just invited to come and take it because there was no market for it. And these are some of the things that our farmers have to endure, Madam Speaker. With your permission, Madam Speaker, I'll take this off because it fogs my glasses. But Madam Speaker, there's also something, there's a condition, Madam Speaker, where I believe it says that a person believes that everything revolves around him or herself. And what they see is only themselves. And when they look across from that side to this side, they believe that they're seeing themselves, sort of the mirror image. I believe the word is called solipsism. And that is a problem with the other side. Madam Speaker, the cattle industry is undergoing some severe problems. Not only has stopping the trade in cattle affected farmers for these past few months, but what it has done, Madam Speaker, is that there is an oversupply of cattle, animals that cannot get out, that would have otherwise been exported to Guatemala primarily, but because this government decided to stop it, now we have a surplus. There is another problem, Madam Speaker, that these next few months, where the time is changing, where we're having more hours of night, of dark than daylight, the grass is not going to grow. And the months of December, January, and February, Madam Speaker, where we get the cold fronts, the grass refuses to grow. And subsequent to that, in March, we start with the next dry season, and farmers are going to face some serious, serious problems, and it will be up to the new administration, the PUP administration, to deal with it, because we will make certain that the cattle for these farmers are sold, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Minister of Agriculture, the Honorable Godwin Hulse, reported that they had organized, along with the Livestock Association, the sale of 27 head of cattle from the Spanish Lookout area, and that was on August 11. Madam Speaker, 27 head of cattle is nothing. As a matter of fact, these people will not try to export another head of cattle through that formal border because they lost money. Madam Speaker, they sold 27 heads, and the profit margin after 15 months of fattening was $98.50. That is not sustainable. That is not feasible. Subsequent to that, Madam Speaker, the minister, and I have an excerpt here from Channel 7 News, where it's entitled, "Cattle Exports Went Down but Not Production." I believe the minister was addressing some questions because SIB had said that the cattle production had gone down by 60% or so. And the minister was clarifying that it was not cattle production that went down, but that it was cattle exports that went down. And certainly cattle exports went down. Production did go up because the farmers are looking to increase their market share in the export market, and so they are encouraged on a yearly basis to increase their production. Madam Speaker, the minister had some really serious words to say. If you permit me, Madam Speaker, I could read it out. It says, "This ministry and government of Belize absolutely, unconditionally opposes any attempt to ship cattle illegally or informally." And he said, "People caught doing that, there will be hell to pay." He said, "But we recognize," he said, "the plight of farmers, of cattle farmers especially." Now, how can you recognize the plight of farmers when you're stopping them from earning their daily living, from maintaining their family and sustaining their family, Madam Speaker? This is ridiculous. Anyway, he said, that the following week there would be a sale of 246 cattle from the Blue Creek area into Mexico because they had arranged with a Mexican company to buy these animals, to carne. That is on the 27th of August, Madam Speaker. Today we are the 25th of September, 2 days short of completing the full month. These people have not been paid for their cattle after 1 month. Now, some people say that they believe the money has already come into the country, but there are problems with the central bank. So how can we in Belize, the government, make these arrangements, but don't make the arrangement for central bank to release the money, if that is so? Madam Speaker, the minister also went on to say that, oh, we cannot worry too much about what's happening on this side with the exports because exports will increase. He said they have been in conversation with Grenada and also with Antigua. And that because there is some complaint from Grenada or Antigua saying that in the past they have known that Belize has had this informal market and they do not know what kind of diseases will be brought into Belize and so could possibly go into Grenada or Antigua. Madam Speaker, these people were talking about buying carcasses, about buying meat. That, you know, look at any diseases for live animals. Food safety is for meat. So the minister doesn't seem to know what he was talking about. Next, Madam Speaker, is that combined Grenada with 112,000 population and Antigua with 96,000 population cannot buy not even 10% or 5%, maybe not even 2% of what 15 million people in Guatemala can purchase. So he's heading towards the wrong road, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Agriculture, in that same report when they sold the cattle, reported through Mr. Esquivel that there is a surplus of 30,000 to 40,000. That's a big spread, but he said 30 to 40,000 heads, a surplus. If we take the lower end, Madam Speaker, of 30,000, the reports are that today, up to the end of August, there were 11,500 head of cattle exported. That would leave us short of 18,500 animals that have not been exported. That is taking the lower end of the 30. If we go to the 40, when we're looking at 28,000 animals that have not been sold. The minister said that there will be another export to Mexico within the next month. So apparently he's looking at 240 head of cattle per month. In 3 months up to December, Madam Speaker, that will be 720 head of cattle. But we have 18,500 that need to be sold. If you take it on a yearly basis, Madam Speaker, at 240 animals per month, that's 2,880 head. But we have a surplus of 30 to 40,000. So what kind of reasoning is behind this all? Madam Speaker, for this year, a potential 17,780 animals will not be sold, with a potential value of $21 million. And we do this now during this time when things are bad, when we are being affected by COVID and the economy is down and there's no tourism and agriculture will be struggling also. Madam Speaker, something is wrong, seriously wrong. So, Madam Speaker, I believe that this administration has not helped the farmers. They speak it, but they don't do it. And it will take, Madam Speaker, a PUP government to come in to bring this relief to the farmers of Belize. I thank you.
Madam Speaker, sometimes I can't believe my ears. The member, whom I like and for whom I have respect, he always is well organized, but is, like it appears all those on that side of the house, actually plumping for illegality, actually commending illegality and saying that because the legal formal trade took some time to get started, this government was wrong during a pandemic to stop the so-called informal trade, which was illegal. You talk about central bank and money being released. I don't know what you mean. But if, with respect to payments that are due to farmers for the cattle that they are now exporting legally, due to the efforts, due to the jumping through hoops by the Minister of Agriculture and by this government, if you're saying that there is some hold up with payment and the central bank has anything to do with it, I really am not following you. But obviously, part of your problem is that when you promote this illegal trade, you are saying that you do so for several reasons, including the fact that there are no controls. There are no tax controls, there are no foreign exchange controls, there are no money laundering controls. How could you people, that it was happening for years and years, is neither here nor there. COVID came, it could not take place in the COVID atmosphere, but bigger than that, it ought to have stopped a long time ago. So, because things bad. The export of drugs is illegal too. If they could do it informally, you would plump for that as well? You need to stop and hear yourself talk. You need to listen to what you're saying. You cannot keep insisting that a government officially must pursue an activity that's illegal in an illegal way. It can't be. Listen, with respect to Mexico, all the number of heads that you're talking about, Sucarne, the Mexicans, have made it plain that they are going to be able to take every single live animal, live cow, live head of cattle that Belize wishes to export to them. This is only the beginning. But what they do say is this: if you start back that illegal trade with Guatemala, we absolutely are going to cut you off. And you know why? When the illegal trade between Guatemala and Belize with cattle was taking place, some of the same Belize cattle used to then, illegality begets illegality, you know. The Guatemalans took the cattle from Belizeans illegally, and then they in turn exported to Mexico illegally, getting the Mexicans into trouble. When the Mexicans come and they buy directly from us, everything is stamped, and they can ensure that what they purchase from Belize in terms of cattle is only for the internal Mexican market. They are members, as you know, of the new NAFTA, the new North American Free Trade Association. And the Americans have told them anything that is exported under NAFTA to the US by Mexico and is shown not to have originated from Mexico itself will in fact lead to sanctions and punishments under the treaty. And the Mexicans are saying, if you continue to export illegally to Guatemala, like all of us, they have extreme difficulty policing their borders in such a way that they can completely seal those borders. So the Guatemalans will continue to then, in turn, export what they've already imported illegally from Belize. They will export illegally into Mexico. And Mexico is saying the day one of those animals makes its way to the US in the form of their export arrangements, and it is discovered by the US that that animal is from Belize, they, the Mexicans, will pay a price, and in turn, we will pay a price. My goodness, man. What this government is doing is regularizing, legalizing the export of cattle. And I'm telling you, the Mexicans are quite clear that I think right now there are some heads being quarantined. There's a waiting period for the quarantine, as you know. When that quarantine period is done, far more than when the last time will go. And That's to Mexico. The Guatemalans as well, both of them now are interested in moving beyond the quarantine at Spanish Lookout or beyond the quarantine in Blue Creek. They are looking to see how it is they can buy directly from some of the smaller cattle ranchers. No problem with the Mennonites, who are extremely industrious, but they control the cattle trade. And they're the ones that make the bulk of the money. The smaller ranchers sell to them, and in turn they export. Now the Mexicans and Guatemalans are looking to take the thing far wider and bring into the net and allow to profit the small cattle ranchers. So please, sir, understand that this is the only way to go. It is not just the legal way to go, it is the only way to go, and ultimately will result in everybody getting a break, including and perhaps particularly the small cattle ranchers. I say kudos to Minister House and kudos to this government for negotiating successfully with both Mexico and Guatemala.
Clarification, Madam Speaker. Not that we want to condone the trade in that informal manner, but I am saying we have some 20,000 head of cattle that need to be sold, and what will the farmers do? Madam Speaker, you can get a sacks of potato and throw it away. What will you do with 20,000 head of cattle? Right?
Okay, Honorable Member, thank you. Member from Kayasa.
Good afternoon again, Madam Speaker.
Good afternoon.
I was going to speak on a matter of national importance, which is malfeasance in government. But I think I'll save my energy, Madam Speaker, for a more appropriate time. Because everything we have said, the residents of Belize already know. With that said, Madam Speaker, and if given the opportunity by yourself, I would like to say thank you to the residents of Kayasot for having given their support to me in the last 2 general elections, to be there for me when I ask questions about their needs, and to have voiced once again their support for this upcoming general election. I do not take it for granted. It will be hard work. It will be difficult work, especially during this COVID period. But I believe it is important that every single resident of Kayasot that is registered to vote exercise their democratic right to come out and support the candidate that they believe represents them in the best fashion, and do it with all the love and all the respect that they can possibly muster. Madam Speaker, this has been a difficult time for me for 8 years sitting on this side of the House, because we have shown the people of Belize in every possible way how a government should not be run. And the UDP have shown the people that they are masters of specifically that. They are the masters of how not to run a government that is accountable, transparent, and that has a respect for the rule of law. But enough said, Madam Speaker, when it pertains to that. Secondly, Madam Speaker, some people might think that your role in this House might that it might not be pleasing to them. But in my specific in case, Madam Speaker, I would like to say probably your appointment was the only positive thing the Prime Minister has done in his 8 years. I applaud him for appointing a woman, a professional, a UDP supporter, but somebody that has been fair with me. I mean, you wouldn't be there if you wouldn't be a UDP supporter. Let's be real. But I respect you, Madam Speaker. And it might have been easier to respect you because I only have one other person to compare you to. And I don't want to go in that direction, but you know what I mean. But so, if there's one thing the Prime Minister did was to support women when it pertains to the legislature, and you're an example of that, so kudos to that. I don't think I agree with the Prime Minister with anything else. But I don't consider him my enemy. I consider him my opponent, and in this case, my past opponent. So, as the representative of peasant and a peasant himself, Madam Speaker, I will tell the Prime Minister, let's rumble in the jungle. Call the thing, boss. Make we deal with it one time and for all. We in Cayo South, we are ready to rumble. So, with that, Madam Speaker, I'd like to say thank you very much.
No, sir, I need to respond. I am flabbergasted. Pleased, but flabbergasted. You were extremely calm, extremely rational. You even made clear that you do not consider me your enemy. Did I hear you actually say that maybe you considered me a friend? Well, if we are friends, then I would want to offer to do something for you. First of all, to say that I'm very glad that you conducted yourself in such an almost statesman-like fashion this evening, because we have grown accustomed to having to wonder, depending on the particular House meeting, which member for Cayo South will show up. You know that there are times when you behave in an almost lunatic fashion in terms of your angry outbursts. But the reason I say that is merely to underline the concern that I have for you since we're now friends. I checked and I thought you did. You didn't? Well, I consider you my friend. And I'm going to do this friendly thing for you. I looked at something, you know. The Harvard School of Public Health concluded that outbursts of anger increase the risk of heart attacks, stroke, and other cardiovascular problems, especially in the 2 hours immediately following the incident. I'm glad because you're not dead in the next 2 hours because you never behaved like that today. But how come when you do it before, how come not numb to you? I think you're a rare and special creature. So what I want to do is I don't want to give up my pension because when I give up my salary thinking that you may follow suit, but I don't give up my penny. So I don't want to give up my pension, but I want to start one collection and I want to make the first donation. I want to take up one collection for send you to Harvard, not for go study, but that is Harvard Public Health, so that they could examine you and find out how it is that notwithstanding for the scientific conclusions that when you're behaving the way you normally behave, you're going to have a heart attack, that did not happen to you. I personally want you to go to Harvard, and I want help to find the money to send you.
I think there's a point of clarification here. And the Prime Minister tried to call me his friend, but I think that's a wish that he will never attain.
I don't know.
Anyway,
Prime
there's a
Minister.
medical condition too, Madam Speaker. It's called pseudologia fantastica. Other people call it mythomania, but it's better known as a pathological liar. That will be his legacy, Madam Speaker. So nothing that he utters in this house or has uttered in this house, anybody out there believes anymore.
Okay.
And that's the truth. So I'll leave you with that one.
Okay. Thank
You are a pseudologia fantastica,
Thank
sir.
you, member. Orange Walk. Honorable
Thank you,
member.
Madam Speaker.
I see you smiling there, member, so I don't think you can match.
Oh, absolutely, I don't want to get that.
Yes.
Absolutely. Madam Speaker, indeed, 8 years on this side felt like maybe 20 years
Tired.
in opposition. But, Madam Speaker, the time has come for people to decide how they want to live in the future of this country. I have learned a lot being in this house from members on both sides. I've learned many good things and I've seen some very bad things. All in all, I've learned a lot. And I want to thank the people of Orange Rock South for having me here to learn a lot. One thing I did get was a good scolding from my mom in one of the arguments with Hadia when then the member for Orange Rock North was there for my misbehavior, she said. I should not have behaved like that. But I did. And I still justify my behavior. But Madam Speaker, that is behind us now. And again, I will say that this government has neglected, has disattended, has disrespected the hard-working farmers of this country. Today, we hear them speaking about agriculture here, watermelon here. The hypocrisy hasn't changed. 12 years. That now, Madam Speaker, has come to an end. Again, I learned a lot, and I still am learning every day, the days we're here. I want to thank my colleagues for their support in this House, my party leader, my former party leader, Honorable Francis Fonseca, and former Prime Minister Said Musa. And I want to thank the colleagues on that side, because there are some things I learned from that side is that I don't want to do what you are doing. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Apply to every one of them. I'll keep on, otherwise I'll bring it back for our next meeting. Madam Speaker, no. Again, I do want to say that with respect to the member from Orange Walk South, I have always found him to be a gentleman, and I appreciate his saying that he's learned from both sides of the house. He tried to skew it at the end there, but I won't take it in that bad spirit. What I would say is that one of the things that you obviously haven't learned from people on this side of the house is not to disrespect the electorate. You people keep talking about the long years that this administration has been here. This, I don't know what Trump called it, a whole country. You know? There is no kind of tin horn dictator running things here. This government has been here for as long as it has because it won fairly, squarely, and overwhelmingly 3 consecutive general elections. When I was a member of a previous government and we lost, and I gave an Independence Day address, I think it was at Memorial Park, my first time as leader of the opposition. Honorable member for Lekai was very much present. They boo me and boo me and boo me, you know, because I committed what even I will now concede is the infra-dig act of saying that in effect the PUP may win because they buy the election. They were right to boo me. In effect, I was disrespecting the electorate. Please, sir, when you talk in the way you just did, it's precisely the same mistake you're making. Elections are coming. If you win, good for you, hallelujah. But do not tell the people of this country that they are fools or that they can't think, that there is something wrong with them, that they have committed some error in voting the way they did time after time after time. They are the masters, all of us are the servants, and it is their will that is sovereign and cannot and ought not to be questioned.
Honorable Member for Southeast.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I know, how I could put it like this.
Maybe you could take off your mask. We're not hearing you very well.
Yes, Madam Speaker. The Prime Minister says a lot of things that I know I agree with, and sometimes I think they're quite foolish, but I agree. We should not disrespect the electorate, and that's why they have elected us and on this side time and time again. And well, as my colleague over there just said, no, I could rumble. However, Madam Speaker, I at the same time want to give thanks to the people who have put me here, and I've done my best to represent them. And I do believe brighter days are ahead of us. But I also look at certain things, Madam Speaker, that I thought that, how do you say, I remember when we were trying to get some support for the frog hoppers, for the cane farmers, and I remember the government did nothing. I also remember in my area, and many times I coming up for my budget presentation and telling them we need some electricity expansion. What we get? Nothing. I remember many times speaking about the Progreso San Esteban Road. Prime Minister even went to say that, trying to blame us for something which I don't know. I had to correct him on the record. But what happened with the road? Nothing. Madam Speaker, someone just mentioned earlier that we were supposed to get some money. We, the cane farmers, should get some money for the drought. What do we get? Nothing. Madam Speaker, we had in my area, and it affected Corozal as well. We had the papaya industry that we need some support, and what happened? What did the government give? Nothing. I brought the issue of security in the high seas because fishermen lives are being threatened. It is not now just areas that they can't be fishing anymore, but now their lives are being threatened and they have nowhere to go. When I bring that up, government response, nothing. Madam Speaker, I also asked for water, fixing the water system in the village of Chunush. I do that every year. Like one song, there's a part of my budget speech that I almost felt like I'm going to cut and paste it every year. Any response to that? Nothing. So, Madam Speaker, I just want to tell the Prime Minister, thank you for nothing.
No, Madam Speaker.
Prime Minister?
No, that is good manners. You to thank him for nothing. But you got manners, you got more class than classroom.
Honorable Member, Toledo.
Thank you very much, Madam
Madam
Speaker.
May I have your leave? I do need to leave early. No disrespect, sir.
Sure, Prime Minister. Madam Speaker, I rise this evening to make my contribution, and whilst maybe some of us have enjoyed the back and forth that's happening as we speak, truth of the matter is that the Belizean people, Madam Speaker, are very concerned about what has happened under this administration. And they are the ones ultimately, Madam Speaker, who are going to decide what is the future of our country. So rightfully so, we will leave that to them. But we know, Madam Speaker, the Belizean people are going to be very rational in their decision, Madam Speaker. And since I am on that matter, I want to take the opportunity as well, Madam Speaker, to thank the residents and voters of Toledo West for giving me the privilege to be their representative in this most honorable house, Madam Speaker. I have tried my utmost best throughout the 8 years that I've been here to represent their interests and to fight for them, to bring their interests to the forefront. And sadly, Madam Speaker, as they rightfully know, as they know very well know, that many of those, in fact, most of those requests, most of those issues that we have brought to the forefront have fallen on deaf ears. And it is a pity that the Prime Minister has left, because I wanted to remind him about that bypass and culverts that he promised to the people of San Jose, in March of 2017. He said that work was going to begin the Monday after that meeting, and sadly, it has not happened. But yes, the honorable member from Freetown is right. That is going to be the work, and we will deliver that under our new People's United Party government, and much more to the people of Toledo West and the rest of this country who have been waiting, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm going to be brief, because I wanted to really spend some time on this matter of public importance, but I'll try to be brief. Madam Speaker, the matter of public interest has to do with the concern that parents, the general public, and taxpayers have in relation to how certain institutions, and in this case, the Juliancho Technical High School, Madam Speaker, has been spending the people's money. And why do I say that, Madam Speaker? Madam Speaker, a couple months ago, in fact, almost a year ago, the Auditor General's report was presented to this honorable House, Madam Speaker, in which a series, Madam Speaker, a series of...
Sorry, member, are you discussing the Juliancho High School? Didn't you bring that up? That was not debated in the last...
No, Madam Speaker, we've never had a chance to debate it. Madam Speaker, a series of problems, a series of irregularities were catalogued out in this report, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this did not come about because, in this case, the regulator, the Ministry of Education, was there inspecting and carrying out their work as they are required, but rather because, Madam Speaker, we had a whistleblower who had to go to the Auditor General's office to make a formal complaint. And it was only as a result of that, Madam Speaker, that the Auditor General's office had to go down there, Madam Speaker, and carry out her investigation. And Madam Speaker, what the report has shown, and why am I bringing this out? As I said, what the report has shown is a series of misappropriations, Madam Speaker. And why is this important? It is important because right now, as we speak, Madam Speaker, there is a new school building that was built at the institution. In fact, the biggest building. It's less than 3 years, Madam Speaker, that it was built. And this very same building was referred to in the Auditor General's report, that it was constructed by one teacher who was awarded over $1.1 million contract, Madam Speaker. And in less than 3 years, Madam Speaker, this building is leaking terribly, Madam Speaker. In fact, in the Auditor General's report, that building was all the issues that affected that building were catalogued in that report, Madam Speaker. And just after 3 years, it's leaking to the point where the principal, the new principal, has now had to actually, invite tenders, to be able to bid to repair this building that costs so much money. Now, Madam Speaker, we are a poor country. Our people are facing so many problems. Rather than having to go back and spend significant money to repair this building, Madam Speaker, that is only about 3 years old, these monies could have been put to better use, Madam Speaker, particularly in the context of all the problems that we are facing as a nation, Madam Speaker. But what does this show? It shows, Madam Speaker, that the people at the helm, and in this case, the former principal, Madam Speaker, of Huliancho Technical High School, was certainly asleep at the wheel. The Auditor General's report makes it very clear, Madam Speaker, that, the Audit and Finance Reform Act were clearly violated. The financial orders were violated. They were not adhered to in the way contracts were given out, in the way purchases were done, in the overall accounting and transparency of the school resources, Madam Speaker. It was made very clear. And the ministry is fully aware of this, but the question is, what has the Ministry of Education done to correct this matter? And that is what matters, Madam Speaker. That is what matters. Why does it matter? Why does it matter? It matters because we're dealing with taxpayers' money. It matters because we're dealing with parents' money. Madam Speaker, when parents do not pay their school fees, they have a problem. They have a problem. The students are not able to participate in the school activities. When the parents do not pay their fees, the students may not be able to get, the necessary services that they require. So that is why this matters. So the question is, over $2.3 million, 2.2 million dollars, Madam Speaker, have not been properly accounted for. But yet the person who headed that institution has not been held accountable. Has not been held accountable. In fact, Madam Speaker, the person has been put in a position where he is now the candidate for the United Democratic Party.
Honorable member, I think just lay off that the minister to rebut is not here either. So be very careful. I know it's the audited report you're referring to. I'm fully aware of that.
Madam Speaker, this is factual. The report is here.
I am not speaking to the audited report. I'm speaking to the fact that you're moving into another area where the person is not here to defend.
Madam Speaker,
So
it's a fact, Madam Speaker.
Please continue with your debate outside of that. I don't want you to go there.
Madam Speaker, it's a fact that nothing has been done. We can't shy away from that. We can't hide away from that. But Madam Speaker, I want to go a little further. I want to highlight that after the Auditor General's report was presented and all the misappropriations and accountability were presented, Madam Speaker, to the nation, it has now been determined that for 2018 and 2019, Madam Speaker, because those years still need to be officially audited, it is also showing a bad picture, Madam Speaker. Serious overspending that cannot be properly accounted for. This is a problem we have in our institutions, and this matter has to be addressed, Madam Speaker. I know sometimes, Madam Speaker, it is difficult.
Yes.
Sir, a point of order.
Yes, thank you.
If I may, audited reports from the Auditor General goes to the Finance Committee, and then those reports are to be brought to the House. I think that my colleague is way out of line in terms of what is instructed by the standing orders, Madam Speaker.
That the honorable member from Toledo West have every right to bring up such issue that has a direct impact on the area that he represents. It is not his fault that the Finance and Audit Committee or hasn't brought it back to the House. They have been asleep at the wheel. They should have done this thing a long time so that we could continue to have our debate, Madam Speaker.
You cannot anticipate, and if the audit report has not presented,
But Madam
then
Speaker, we're coming to the end of this term, so when will it come
well,
to this House? When? We're coming to the end.
That is the order of the day, and that is stands. Please move on from there.
Madam Speaker.
Actually, the point is well taken, so I think you need to wrap up.
Madam Speaker, no, with all due respect, Madam Speaker, and I fully understand that we are guided by the standing orders.
Yes.
However, adhering to the standing orders, Madam Speaker, will not in any way shy away from the fact that the Julian Shaw Technical High School is in a mess, Madam Speaker.
Okay.
That is a fact. That nothing has been done to correct it, Madam Speaker, and it is getting worse. The person who was at the helm is now the UDP candidate for Toledo West. That is not going to change.
Yes.
That is not going to change.
I would prefer if you wrap up your presentation, member. I do prefer that.
Madam Speaker, but it speaks to a bigger issue. You think that it is only Julian Shaw Technical High School facing this problem? Other institutions are facing the same problem. Toledo Community College, Madam Speaker, having a serious problem right now, where the issue of proprietorship of the school is a major contention that teachers are dealing with. There's a major problem right now where you have teachers who are retiring, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, that discussion was held in the last House meeting. I'm asking you to move on because that has already been aired and responded to. That's my point. And
has not been properly addressed, Madam Speaker.
It has been responded to by the minister in charge. It was happening. It happened in here, in this house. So please, that has been aired. Kindly move on.
Madam Speaker, the people of Toledo West, Madam Speaker, the parents and students of Julian Shaw want to ensure that their school, Madam Speaker, that their school's finances are accounted for. That is the bottom line.
Okay.
That is the bottom line, Madam Speaker. And I am calling out the Ministry of Education, Madam Speaker, that they need to come clean. It is high time they need to come clean with the parents.
Okay.
Period. Madam Speaker, on that note, I want to take the opportunity to thank my colleagues here, our leader, the leader of the opposition, and the rest of my colleagues for all their support throughout the years that we have been here. And equally so, I want to thank the members on the other side. We want to thank you as well. You know, we know that your job is not an easy one. But we do recognize, Madam Speaker, that you have worked well within the confines, for the most part, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, we want to thank you, and I sincerely want to take the opportunity to thank the the constituents of Toledo West, and we look forward to their continued support so that together we will be able to address the issues that are affecting our people and make life better for all Belizeans, Madam Speaker. I thank you.
The member from St. West.
A short note. We have come to the end, basically, of this parliament, or whatever the case may be. And I want to thank my colleagues on this side. The leader of the opposition, I don't believe I will call you leader of the opposition, maybe a month and a half from today, I will call you the Prime Minister of this country. My colleagues on the other side, we develop a relationship. It might not be the best relationship, but we're all colleagues. And yourself, Madam Speaker, for being there for the past 2 or 3 years. I've come to know you more, but I humble myself. I never believed that one day in my life I would have been a member of the Belize Parliament. And I want to give kudos to the people of Stankwik West that put me here. I fought for you for the last 8 years, but because our system does not provide for us, then it was difficult for me to provide for my people. It's unfortunate at the system that we have, because more than half of the people in this country live in rural communities, and they are the ones that are feeling the serious problems. So, Madam Speaker, election is upon us. Even though the PM refused to announce it today, the Belizean people are preparing themselves, and I feel very confident that I will be returned by the people of Stankook West to this National Assembly to continue to serve them. So thank you very much, and I appreciate everything.
Honourable Member from Toledo East.
To the end of this political term, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the people of Toledo East for sending me to this National Assembly 5 times. And I am going back for the 6th round. And if the people of Toledo East decide to send me back here, I will come back and I will continue doing what I have always been doing, and that is protecting the interests of the people in Toledo East. And also to help my colleague in Toledo West, because we are one family. We are one big community that needs a lot of attention. And it is quite unfortunate, Madam Speaker, that maybe one of these days we come back to this House. There are certain amendments that we maybe need to make for the standing orders of this House. Because I am totally dissatisfied with the orders of this House. I believe it was designed years ago for a totally different time, different era. And I believe that as time changes, we must also change with it. Because the interests of the people come first. And I believe sometimes we forget that we are not here to represent ourselves. We are not here, it's like, you know, your mother have all her little treasures, and then you try to move them how you wish. I don't think we should be doing that with the people of this country. And I see it happening so many times, coming to this National Assembly, trying to get something done for the people. And as members of the opposition, it's like we have a big wall between this side of the House and that side of the House. And they must understand that we were all elected by the people of this country. The Prime Minister was gloating, oh, we win 3 times. But none of us really know the picture behind that. None of us know the corruption that could have been involved behind that. And I have witnessed in this lifetime the corruption that can occur on election day. I have seen it. I have seen it in the village council elections. I sat down, Madam Speaker, police officers walking up and down. The people vote, they go collect. The people vote, they go collect. Which you know is totally illegal. Totally illegal, but it happens. So if it's a matter of winning an election because you have all the money in the world, that's a total difference, because when you do that, the people cannot go to the government and say, you know what, we need this. They'll say, you don't get paid. You don't get paid, so why will you come to us now to ask for favors? Madam Speaker, we have been quarreling over the last 3 terms of the United Democratic Party government about the land situation in Toledo East, Toledo West, Stankook West, Dangriga. I heard them today talking about the Minister of Lands is sitting here, deputy leader for the UDP. Do you know why our people squat? Do you know why we have squatters in all that zone, Toledo East, Toledo West, Dangriga and Stankook West? Do you know why? Because they're not paying no attention to them. You can't even go in and put an application and get a response. This is the responsibility of the government, not really the responsibility of the people who are elected to serve them in that district. I
and I will be as short as I can today, Madam Speaker, but it is important. It is important that the people understand. You know, surprised me when I now see my opponent walking around showing one land paper on the internet and Facebook. All of a sudden now, he can come to the people and say, see, I get 1 or 2 applications for you. Vote for me. Madam Speaker, if you will allow me, and I will challenge the Minister of Lands, and I want him to go and do his investigation. Because whatever we say in this House maybe floats in the air, have no significance, but it is recorded. It is recorded in this National Assembly for future generations to come that could come back and check to see what all we have been through during this term of the United Democratic Party government. Madam Speaker, this is Silkgrass Village, and I want the Minister to check E13720L 741 in Silkgrass. These are your constituency, member for Stan Creek West. Number 42, 33, 2210 is one. 42, 33, 22, 29. These are the lot numbers, you know. 42, 33, 22, 38. All those supposed to go on to one person. Lot number 42, this is in Punta Gorda. Lot number 33, lot number 2167 was taken away from Mr. Elton Moore. Taken away, just like they did with me. So if they could do it with me, a member of the House, then why can't they do it with everybody else? Check the number, check Minister who they gave it to after taking it away from Mr. Elton. Hi. The 17th, wait, I'll get to the end. Because they tell me I'm not supposed to disclose.
Thank you, Member.
There's a lot of secrecy in this House when this is public business. They have instrument number, NES, what they have in the computers, 202008142. This is the 3rd of July. And they even put the time, you know, they don't mess around. This was 2020, 2 o'clock, 2:31 p.m. All right? Type application, direct purchase of national land.
Carry on, Minister.
Current work, just a qualification. That's all they have. They have NES 202-00842 on July the 2nd again. This was at 2:04:52 p.m. These are lots. These are lots. Application, direct purchase, national land. None declared. None declared.
Honorable Member, I'm still trying to follow.
Complete.
What I'm not following. You're presenting the data.
I don't recall. I tell the minister making investigating the boss. He's supposed to know what they take out of that ministry. July the 2nd at 1:52 p.m. That is 20,280.40 application, direct purchase again, and completed. 31st of January at 11 o'clock, NES 20,217.43, application to survey national lands. Yeah, application certified on the other side. NES, January 9:34 p.m. a.m. 20,200.09.43. Application to purchase. Completed. And this was all done, Madam Speaker. And I don't think the machine will lie. For one, Foreign Gutierrez, former mayor of Punta Gorda Town. Check it, Minister. and then tell me if I lie. All right? Check it. Now, why is it, Madam Speaker, that one person, because of political affiliation, can get whatever they want? And the poor voters out there, they don't know better. They know no better. So they wait and get frustrated because these things have to be fixed. And I can guarantee you here today, Madam Speaker, that if my government do not adhere to the rules and regulations and the service to the people, I would not stand in this National Assembly with them. Because this has been going on for too long. And just to be called a minister or a member of the House, and your people out there are paying the price for you being here, I think that is not fair. I think these people need the recognition that they deserve. Thank you very much.
Let's say you want to close off the debate, please.
Madam Speaker, I move that the House do now adjourn.
Honorable members, the question is that the House do now adjourn. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. The ayes have it. The House now stands adjourned.